Even more fun.
I'm doing.
Good. Nice to see you. I saw you walking with me. Hello.
Maybe some more room if you like. I don't
I
bite
got a
too
lot of
hard.
walking in without saying
Okay.
today.
I can imagine.
Hi, Tina.
Hey, Richard. Can I do what? I said he was over the farm.
Hey, I'm sorry I couldn't hear about 5 minutes, but I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. When did you get back? Oh, about 3 weeks ago. Oh, it was wonderful. That was wonderful. One of the top 5 highlights of my life. The only one of them.
I didn't lock the door.
I can't.
She yelled at when you walked by.
I'll be back in there first thing in the morning.
I'll lock it.
Okay. Yeah, I got the keys if I need anything.
Okay, sounds good.
We're filling up. I'm cutting out here as soon as I can.
No, it's
No, especially when you're as a woman, you know, you feel something that you think that you just cry because that's what it never works. It never works again. When you feel the most passion, it's when you want to love someone because no one's going to listen to you. You have to listen to you. You're all together and yourself. You know, my name's Tina. Nobody. Why do I know that name? There it is. Okay. I used to that was a deputy clerk for 8 years, yeah, okay. All right, and so with Jesse, where you live? I don't know where that is, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh yeah, you need to know what's going on. Yeah. So there's so many things in this community that just, you know, it's the whole good of good sort of thing, and that was the way things were done way back in the day. But things didn't get taken care of, and then all of a sudden, oh my gosh, we have a problem here. We got something that's taken care of. And everybody's like, why wasn't it done before?
right?
It all worked out. Okay,
It should be shut down during. Yeah. I think that's. Once you do that would.
Put it outside.
And it's a good suggestion, I mean, it's worth discussion, you know, it's easy. The opposite. Well, it's not big. Think of the building.
all right, everybody, welcome. Thanks for coming tonight. Start with pledge of allegiance and invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Lord, thank you for the opportunity to come here tonight, do the work of Banks Township, where we ask for your wisdom and guidance as we discuss a number of things, and where we ask for safe travels home for everybody else that's here. All these things we ask in Jesus' name, amen. All right, full house. Thank you all for coming tonight. We'll just start out with public comment tonight. I've got the CSX representative here on the on my computer, and she's here to answer questions. So if we can, I've got her for 30 minutes. So if you can stick to questions in the front half. If you got questions, raise your hand. We'll ask her. Board, same thing. And then once we were done with the questions, then we'll move on to actual comments and that kind of activity. So hopefully that works out for everybody. With that, I will bring Sarah on here. Sarah, you are, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Alex.
All right, can you guys hear her very well? I got it up as loud as I can, so. All right, anybody have a question for the CSX rep?
I'll fire away with one.
Go ahead,
Did you
Jesse.
ever find out the clarified line of where the CSX land stops and starts? I know we had discussed earlier in the week.
Yep. So Sarah, did you hear that?
Yeah, they want a determination on where our land starts and stops.
Yes.
Okay. Alex, can I ask, were any of the exhibits shared for the property?
Yeah, they're on the website, and then we have them here, so.
Okay. Well, can you see my screen? Because I'm wondering if maybe if I share my screen
No,
and
but you can
provide
definitely,
visually, that might help.
yeah, go ahead and share it.
Okay. Alright. Let me know if you can't see my screen.
All right, I got it, so I will,
Okay.
I only got one,
No.
I can fix that.
You mean on the north and south ends, or the width, or both?
If you could talk property owners' names for where the corners start and stop. So I know there was a question on whether it actually stopped at the village line or if it actually stopped, well, 2 properties north of where the village line was. I know there was a
Right.
question on that. I'm just curious to see if that was resolved or where it was.
Okay, so for our system, you know, when we abandon a corridor, it becomes purple, and so this shows abandoned. And so when we run our title and go back to our deeds from 1800s, we are able to then confirm title for what we own in fee as an abandoned section of property. So on the exhibit that was shown to you, premises is what's owned in fee. Additional premises is what we have, CSX does not retain any ownership in, and sell to the underlying adjacent property owner. So when we look at the title map and we bring it in here, and we're looking at our maps, because we base all of our exhibits basically on what we call a vow map, which is essentially a title map or a survey, if you will. We'll come in and we look at what the basis is, and we'll turn on our layer here. Sometimes it's a little slow. Just bear with me real quick. So this line here, so this line here, CSX owns from this line to the north in fee, 100%. We own it. So I guess if we wanted to turn on the tax layer so that you guys can see what that means, you have from here above, so this is Mr. and Mr. Drenith. I apologize if I butcher your last name. I do my best to pronounce names. So like this ownership to the south, like this section would be, it would have fallen, when we abandoned it, it would have fallen to the underlying property owner. And the same here. And then so from here over, from the Ingalls and the Drent up, we own everything in fee.
Does that answer your question,
Does that-
Jesse?
It does. Good, thank you.
Absolutely.
Are there any environmental issues that need to be looked at before the township acquires this type of property? Is there anything to be concerned about?
Yeah, so the question.
Environmental issues?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, so typically when CSX abandons a corridor, we are always, when it comes time, if there's a party that's interested in buying the property, we are always gonna deed restrict any kind of sale against recreational use, residential use, or agricultural use, because this was once used as a railway and a rail corridor. Now, the way that we have started structuring things in a scenario like Mr. Bozeman, when he came to me and said, hey, look, we're interested in doing a trail, develop a purchase sale agreement where it restricts the only use of this property to trail use. And you have to provide a full soil sampling, measurement, and package to us. It also helps you avoid having to go and get phase 1 and phase 2 testing done of the property. Now, if we did a standard purchase and sale agreement where it was deed restricted to from residential, recreational, or agricultural use, it would be a huge environmental study involving further soil sampling. You would have to get approvals from the state telling us that the soil is clean, and it would be a far lengthier process versus us selling with just the deed restriction of trail use. And that's the only thing that the property can be used for that adheres to our environmental requirements that are provided in our purchase sale agreement for that use.
So basically just a footpath.
Yeah.
So trail use means no ATVs?
Define trail use.
Yeah, what is that just foot
Yeah,
trails?
Sarah, can you define the trail use? Does that limit you to non-motorized, or is it,
It's
go ahead.
So for trail use, it's either a walking path or it could be a bike path for trails, but it's not gonna, typically, it's basically what you see when you go and you find it, you're walking, or it's an off-road, biking trail.
So no side-by-sides, four-wheelers, that kind of stuff?
Snowmobiles?
No.
All right. Okay. Other questions?
I had a couple questions.
Go
I
ahead,
don't want to
Katie.
take time from the audience. Does the audience have questions, or do they mind if I ask? Sarah, I'm the treasurer on the board. Property owners have told me that they've tried to buy the land outright to add it to their own parcel, and they have not been able to do so. What is the process for a private landowner to acquire this land for their own personal private use?
We do not transact property for land accumulation or assumption to the adjacent property owner. That would also fall under the use of residential, and we do not sell for residential purposes.
Okay, here's another thing. This is currently sort of being used as a trail. Your property is being used as an ORV trail. People are driving tractors, whatever. Are they trespassing? Or do you have an
Yes, they
agreement?
are.
Okay, it's just basically open trespass or recreational trespass.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you do
Yeah.
to mitigate that? What do you do to lessen your exposure and your risk right now?
So what we would do is for the encroaching party, since it is classified as an illegal use, we would identify the encroaching party, and so the people that are using it to access with farming equipment, that would be something that we would allow under a license agreement, which would be a 30-day license agreement that would be paid on yearly. That would cover that use, and the encroaching party would have insurance on the property and pay CSX for that. And if they fail to enter into an agreement, we would have property management come out there and post no trespassing and have the property inspected.
Okay. Is there anywhere that we can look at what the current soil conditions might be to test for the arsenic and the lead? Has
So
that been
as part
done?
So as part of the purchase sale agreement, I sent that over to Alex last week. I know I probably haven't had time to make its way around, but part of the purchase sale agreement, there is Exhibit B, which has minimum sampling, soil management, and capping requirements for a rails to trails conversion of a rail corridor, which is essentially the same thing here, whether it's active or abandoned. You have to follow this step. So it outlines the full process for sampling the soils, what kind of management plan you have to come up with, and then what the requirements are for capping. So any questions related to that would all be in Exhibit B
Okay,
of
so
the purchase sale agreement.
we would have to do the soil sampling. We would have to find out if the levels of arsenic and lead and PAH are at an unsafe level. So we would have to then provide a soil monitoring maintenance schedule to you, as I saw that in the exhibit.
Yes.
Okay, and
and that
then
would
we
go to our
could-
environmental department.
Okay,
Yeah.
and potentially have to pave that at 2 feet thick of asphalt, did I read that correctly? 14 feet wide?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
any idea
that's
what that would
the
cost?
That I don't know. Kind of asphalt paving and those things, they kind of fall under what your area is. So I would assume probably, you know, with your guys' roads, I don't know how you guys set it up, but if the township's responsible for paving all of the roads, I would assume it'd probably be about, like if you were taking dirt and then paving it into a road, it'd be somewhere around there. You would get your, whatever entity you would want to use, you would just get a quotation from them
Okay.
for the cost.
And we also are responsible as the township for all the survey costs, all the title search, did I understand that correctly? And the closing costs,
Yes.
transfers? And then
Yep.
how, there's 2 agreements and licenses that are currently in place. That's PMOE 284, 1958 with the Village of Ellsworth, and there's one dated 1960 with Consumers Energy. What on earth are those agreements, and what kind of licenses are we taking on?
Right, so, once we have a duly executed PSA and it goes into the due diligence process, on the PSA, we said that we would fully assign you those license agreements. Typically, those are what we classify as utility agreements, so they could either be a power line, a water pipeline, wire line that goes underground. Those are typically what those are, and so we would assign that to you in part, and during due diligence, we would provide you with the agreements that were set up originally with us or our predecessor, so that you would be able to look over them and get a better understanding of what exactly it is and what it's entailing.
Okay, so we're responsible for drainage, so if a cement culvert goes out, obviously everything's ours. We have to maintain drainage, culverts. And we have to continue with the soil monitoring in perpetuity? Do we have to just submit to the state, to the federal government? What does that look like?
So the soil management plan, let me see. I'm thinking, I know the soil management plan that you guys come up with, you have to submit that to us, and then our environmental department reviews it and approves it. And it's just basically ensuring that you have this plan that you're gonna follow. But I will get the exact confirmations on what you would do for further review and what requirements would be in place even after, say, we sold the property and we completed the transaction, everything, like what you would need to follow after it leaves custody of CSX. But I'll get those questions for you answered.
So if we're in the period of due diligence and we find a lot of contamination, CSX will not clean it up?
No, we would just cancel we would terminate the sale at that point.
We would just know that there was lead and arsenic at unsafe levels in our community, okay?
Like that's like part of your taking it on is you would remediate that if it was unsafe levels. Part of kind of what the sale process is.
And back to the first question about parcel numbers, there is a lot of confusion in this community about who owns what. There is confusion at the county level. I have looked at the property description. Some people, it says they own to the boundary of the Pear Marquette. People right next to them own up to the boundary of Chesapeake and Ohio. There's section 11 and section 14. We're talking about two different sections here. And there's just a lot of confusion. I would love parcel numbers. I would like something better than just some overview map that has some squiggly lines. That's created a lot of confusion in this community. I think it's muddied the waters. So I would really like to see some. In this terms of sale, I did see that you would release all claims to the easements at no consideration. Would you do that regardless? Would you go in and release that land if we don't have this purchase sale agreement in place? Are you going to do that?
I mean, it still shows in our system, so like we don't have ownership to that land, but we're not gonna, there'll be a fee to have it released without a purchase sale agreement. We're just including it in the purchase sale agreement to basically clear up our record.
Okay, so like,
Outside that, no consideration.
okay,
And then too, I wanted to say, so for the valuation maps, kind of what I showed you, I'll obtain redacted, because that's proprietary information on those val maps. That's why we don't share them with the public, so we do have to redact some of the information on there. But I can provide those val maps to you so you can get a better image of how we kind of base our maps. And it is very important to note that we've had this happen through our whole network, not just your area. It goes all the way up from the furthest tip into Canada, because I into Quebec and Ontario, all the way down into the last centimeter of our corridor in Florida. So where county maps, state maps for record ownership and what they currently display as ownership don't end up being correct because they either don't have one or two deeds that the railroad has, or they don't update their records to reflect what the railroad has. So that's why we always base our ownership off our deed records that go back to the 1880s. And so like this one, our ownership goes back from when it was conveyed to our predecessor in 1895. And part of when this goes into due diligence, that's part of your title research, and they confirm that ownership through the title, through the deed, and those kind of situations.
okay, so essentially you won't do that unless, you won't just go and release the property back to the owners. You won't file any paperwork unless we follow through with the purchase agreement. Am I understanding that properly?
So one way or another, because to do that, it's administrative work for us on our end. So if you want just release where we have any potential claim of an easement, that would go through our deeds department. That has a $5,000 fee just so that paperwork can be drafted and done with.
Okay, so this is not gonna happen. So like you have this deed.
Yeah, it's not as simple as you would want it to be, because we would have to draft paperwork. We would have to do a lot of administrative work on our end to provide to the town with what would need to be released. So there's always gonna be a fee with it. It's not just gonna be able to be free, and because, I mean, there's a lot of administration work, you know, just the sale at CSX alone, it touches 13 different departments. Besides me, it's gonna touch our closing, our deeds department. I have to go through engineering to be sure there's nothing still on the property. Our executive level has to sign off on it, so it's not something that's just a quick and easy one-to-one person sale. It's gonna go through a variety of different departments, and it's gonna take a lot of work on each department because they go back through records and do a lot of research.
Okay, so I see this deed from, 1896 that was recorded in our Register of Deeds, if you can believe it, on July 4th of 1776. I didn't make this up, Liber and Page, anyone can look it up. So you own section 11, but you won't release the section 14 easement. So that was an easement, not ownership, is that?
Let me pull
Section,
that
so
through
section
real quick.
11 is ownership, section 14 was easement that reverted back to property owners? Am I understanding this correctly?
Mhm. So let's see.
And then my question would be, what can property owners do to clear up their own title?
If they want to clear up title, they would reach out to our deeds department, and then they would pay the fee, and they could get the paperwork to clear everything off on their end.
Okay, will you provide that phone number to us?
It's an email. I can provide that information. I'll send it over to Alex, and he can distribute it.
Put it right on the website.
I have a question. So currently, as the rail path is being used, it is used by multiple community members. It's used by our schools, our children, old, middle-aged, young, all of it, for lots of different things. Every single one of those people currently are trespassing and can be prosecuted as trespassing. And so my question is, at what point, does the township incur money in order to go after every single individual that is currently using it at every single moment of every single day? Or how is CSX going to come after these people that are, we've got hundreds of people, community members that are using this. What does that look like to enforce that?
So if it's all the constituents of the township that are using it, the best bet to move forward would be for the township to enter into an agreement with CSX for the use of the property.
And in order to, that would keep it safe for everyone involved to do so.
Yeah, considering since they're all township constituents that are using the property, I mean, we could identify each individual adjacent property owner and enter into individual agreements in that way, and then have trespassing signage put up, but it would be the easiest and probably direct route to enter into a license agreement with the city, the township, if they choose not to buy the property, or else it's gonna be signed for trespassing, and our own personal police force and our property management team will be on site to barricade it and fence it should that be needed. Because that's a huge liability for people to be using CSX's property without.
Doesn't that contradict what you just said at the
Or-
beginning? That you wouldn't sell it to the public or go back to the property owners, but now if the township decides not to do that, then you will? Is that what, I understand that or
What
no?
I said
Use
was
and
we wouldn't
easement.
go
Oh,
to the
use?
property.
Easement,
Yeah,
use.
Okay.
yeah. We wouldn't go to the property ownership to sell the land to you individually because it's for residential use. But if you guys are using the property without CSX authorization or an agreement in place, that's a huge liability to CSX
Where is that
for
enforcement
using
already
property that you
taking
don't
place?
own, so.
Where is that enforcement taking place in northern Michigan on CSX property?
Do you know of any enforcement of that, Sarah, in northern Michigan?
Are you talking about from a legal standpoint,
Yeah,
or?
have you guys ever actually gone and,
Signs and patrolled it.
Yeah, we do it all the time. I handle probably 20+ encroachments every week where people are using our property without authorization, and they either have to get off the property or they enter into a license agreement. We have it all over the corridor where people do that and they don't own ownership.
How do some people own?
And a lot of times, like, in a situation like here, Alex, I do try to work for the township, and I think, you know, with trails and with it being that use, you know, I think we've reached middle ground here where, you know, it allows the township's constituents to keep using the property. The township has control over the property, and you can continue to use it for trail use without having to fight to have deed restrictions lifted.
So on this document, it says 45 days. Is that rigid, or can we extend that if we need more time to accept?
So what would happen is you guys have the purchase sale agreement. I sent it over in Word, so with the track changes, so that your guys' various departments could review it, provide any red lines, any questions, should you have them. And so once we get a finalized PSA in place, you'll execute it under the buyer area. And then once you send it back to me, I code it into our system. So it takes 45 days for us to execute it on our end. So that's why we have that 45 day in there, because we like to get kind of like a clear view of what to expect. And then once we execute it and send it back to you, that's when the due diligence phase starts.
What aspects of due diligence would be grounds for termination of the acceptance?
Yes, if you did the soil sampling and you decided you didn't want to cap the property or have the soil management and you decided not to complete the sale, that's one area. Further information on that is provided within the PSA, and if there's something that you would like to add to it or suggest that gives you guys credence to terminate the PSA during due diligence, you can also add that in there.
For whatever reason, if we decided to terminate, we're basically free to do that. We would just lose our $3,500 deposit.
Yeah.
I have a question, got a two-part question. How far north from the subject matter does the railroad actually own?
they own 2 Bergsma Road.
Just 2 Bergsma Roads. So did they automatically divert all that property back to the landowners? Or how'd that work?
To the north of?
Bergsma
north of the
Road.
road?
Yeah.
That is personal, I know that that's personal ownership there, that is
Yeah, let me
residential
see.
owner.
So that looks like that to the north was done under a transaction back in probably, it looks like that was sold out back in the 1990s. So they were where the railroad previously sold things back after it was abandoned.
So what's the difference between a 1990 sale and a 2025 sale to a private individual?
So the railway before, we can't speak as to what our predecessors did before we took over ownership of this section of land, but there's been a huge shift probably over the last 10, 15 years where we've really restricted down what we sell the property for because of the previous use that weren't thought about back in the day, if you will. Different times and different kind of exposures to various different uses of a property and corridors, and not just that, but also legal regulations for what can happen with railroad land and what we need to abide by as a railroad for property as well. So it restricted a lot of why we sell land and do that. Typically, realistically, the railroad, we don't like selling land anymore, and we typically refuse to sell land in the first place for quite a lot of reasons. And, you know, but when it's a scenario like this where we can work with the township and try to figure out a solution forward, we'll do it, but typically we don't.
But you got that land from residential people. I mean, that land was purchased from residential people and from farmers in this area. So residential people don't matter. The people that pay taxes here don't matter.
I did not say that, sir.
No, I know you didn't say that, but that's.
But that's the result of it.
And the other question is there's a fence along both sides of the railroad property. That none of that has been maintained since the railroad was taken out. And originally, that was explained to my family when we bought our property and we own both sides of the railroad, that the railroad would construct a fence, maintain a fence continually until the railroad ceased ownership of the property. Is that true?
That I can't comment on. That's the predecessor speaking to you. All I know is the information I have in front of me now. If you would like to provide documentation of where my predecessor disclosed that information to your family, I'll be more than happy to check it with our records and also speak to some of the other people that still work at the company from that time to further.
It's awful hard to get through to the railroad. No one seems to be able to get through to the railroad to get any answers. So, I mean, there are a number of people in this community that have attempted that, and no one can ever get an answer. They won't call you back. So I'm, you know, the whole scenario is almost impossible for property owners to have any idea what's supposed to be done, what's not supposed to be done as far as the railroad goes. What the railroad's responsible for.
Well, in a scenario like this, you know, Alex has been able to establish point of contact with me, and if you guys have questions that you would like to put together, send them over to Alex, and Alex can send them over to me. We like to have one point of contact versus individually communicating so that everybody's on the same page. In a situation like this, you know, I can't speak for my predecessors and how they handle things, but for me, I believe in being firm, fair, and consistent, and having as much full disclosure as I can have with you all. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, the railroad, it is our proprietary information, and we do have to be protective of that. But when I can have open communication with you all through Alex, and I can do my best to answer your questions, I will be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Sarah, I had a question. You mentioned something about ag access. We have a property owner where the Section 11 rail cuts exactly right down the center of his property. What kind of rights does he have for access to use that legally? What would he have to do to get a document in place?
He would need to set up a license agreement for access with CSX, and that agreement would pay out yearly, and he would have to obtain insurance requirements per the license agreement. And that's something, you know, I can send over what the license agreement would be for that, and should that individual choose to obtain a legal binding document for CSX owned land. Otherwise, they can't use the property.
Okay, and Sarah, when you talk about the easement to the township versus a sale, what does that look like? What kind of monitoring, what kind of fees are we talking about? What are we talking about with an easement? Can you send a document to us?
We don't grant easements. That's what I'm talking about would be a license agreement. We don't sell easements. We would,
okay, license.
Yeah. No, you're fine. I have a lot of people that think it's an easement, but it's not. I constantly explain that. I'm like, no, it's an agreement, and this is what this means. So, yeah.
Sarah, is there an opportunity for the township to enter into a license agreement for trail use?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would have to confirm on the trail use now in general, if you guys wanted to do a license agreement for non-recreational use, that would be doable. Now for trail use for a license agreement, that's gonna be a lot harder. Because you're still gonna have to be responsible for the soil sampling, you're still gonna have to cap the property in order for it to use as the trail. That's why we would rather just sell it to you all under restriction of a trail. And honestly, when you look at and what that would take to put it under a license agreement, you're almost better off just buying the property outright, because you're gonna end up spending a lot less at one time versus if it was continued for, if we entered into an agreement for 20 years, you know?
Yep.
Which I would assume is what you guys would wanna do, is enter into a license agreement for an extended certain amount of decades to justify the cost you would have to expend to have a trail.
Is the capping required no matter what, or is it just if the soil samples come back as high?
That, let's see, under the PSA. I think typically it's required regardless.
What is capping?
But I will confirm that either way with our environmental
2
team.
feet of asphalt.
14
Yeah.
wide.
I mean, typically, and I will, and full disclosure, no, we typically don't transact for trails of this size. Typically, we're looking at a whole corridor that we're about to abandon that is currently active, currently used by railroads right now.
Yep.
And we're abandoning a whole corridor. Typically, we wouldn't even entertain something of this size, just because of everything it's gonna take for it to be able to be used as a trail.
Does the CSX provide a survey or anything like that, to know, the township knows where the boundaries are, help us understand where the boundaries are actually at?
No,
Because on my
With
plan, it's very
that,
difficult to even understand where they're at too, so.
the survey of, does CSX have a survey of the property, is what the gentleman asked.
So what I'll
Or would they
provide, yeah,
provide?
so what I'll provide is the redacted bow maps that show from our record from when we obtained it and when the corridor is there. But then too, as part of the transaction, the township would obtain a survey of the sale premises
Okay.
too.
If the township purchases this property, at what point can the township change the designated use for that property? Would this be a walking trail for lack of a better word, forever? Or if the township owns the property, can they change that designated use at any point for whatever reason?
It would be forever for a trail,
So we're gonna, the
because
township,
we're not structuring it to be a generalized sale where it's just for, like, if we did a generalized sale, there are restrictions. You wouldn't be able to use it for residential, recreational, or agricultural use. You'd only be able to use it for commercial or industrial use. And then even to get those deed restrictions lifted, which more often than not, we automatically say no to, you would have to do a lot of environmental testing that goes far beyond what's an Exhibit B for just the trail use.
And if I understand it, then you can't, then you're saying you won't sell it to residential use. So there's only one choice here is for, the only thing that your company is willing to sell it to is for trail use only. And that's it. No, if somebody doesn't come on, if the township doesn't come on and say that they're going to buy this, then that property is gonna stay just exactly like it is forever.
That's what it sounds like.
Unless the township has a commercial or industrial use for it, the only other use is the trail. And so those are your two options when it comes to a transaction.
find a commercial,
You
store.
can either have it for the trail use and have it restricted to that, or you're gonna have it for industrial and commercial use, but have it deed restricted against residential, recreational, and agricultural use.
Okay, I have a question. So the township would buy this property, then they also have to pay to get it surveyed, pay to get all of these environmental things done, and then we're also going to pave it. And you say we have to pave it, we have to get all these samples, and the remediation of any contamination is up to the county, or the township also. If it comes back high and whatever, then we have to pay for that. And we can only
Yes,
use it
as
to
a
walk
buyer,
and
you
ride a
pay
pedal
for
bike.
everything.
What is the point?
Why are there not soil samples now? 2 elementary schools sit on that track, along with numerous farms over the last 60 years. Why was no one informed that it might be contaminated?
It leaches into the lake and the river.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's creek, we're fishing down there. We have the creek on our side of the property, of the tracks.
Are there any?
I can't comment on that.
Yeah, let's do the samples and see if whatever can.
So just to
Wow.
clarify, then, we are open to Banks Township purchasing it. Yes, we have to go through the soil samples to see if everything is done, or that it's not contaminated, and all these steps, and paving and such. But really, our options here are either Banks Township purchase it, and we are able to clean it up for our community and keep it an ongoing gem in our community that is constantly used, or we are completely shutting the entire thing down. We're now inviting in police force to maintain and keep people out of it, and then that just looks really ugly. We lose all 100% access to it. So, am I understanding that correctly?
Is that for me?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it is, Sarah.
Okay, yeah, that would be correct.
And
If
how
they
much
choose to
is that
enforce
gonna
it.
cost?
Sounds like a lot.
2 feet of,
Sounds
Yeah,
like a
that's,
lot.
we can talk about that later. Any more questions specifically related to the real estate portion of this?
Is CSX environmentally responsible now for the property?
Yeah. The question is CSX environmentally responsible for the property right now?
That I can't comment on, I would have to talk to my environmental department. That's something I
is CSX responsible for liability if there's an accident on it?
She's just a real estate
agent.
She's a real estate agent. She's not a lawyer.
Everything. Yeah, so there's certain things I can't comment on because I genuinely do not know the answer, that's not my wheelhouse, so. But I can get those answers for you and talk to my environmental department, and I can, if you have further questions that, pertain to the soil management plan or the capping requirements,
Knowledgeable.
I can get with them and further answer those questions for you, and, if Alex or the people on the board there for the township wanna have a direct, meeting with our environmental departments, you guys can report back to your constituents, we can definitely do that as well.
Cool. All right, thanks, Sarah. If anybody's got any more questions, we'll send them over to you.
Absolutely, thanks, Alex.
Yep, thank you. Have a great night. Yep, bye.
Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, definitely. All right, there's a lot of people here, so try to keep it to 3 minutes. If you wanna litigate something, call me on the phone. I have done that plenty. So anyway, I'll open it up to public comment at this time.
So currently, what,
Oh, hold on, just one more quick thing. If you wanna be recognized as speaking in the minutes, you gotta tell us who you are, because we don't know everybody here. So.
Sandy Webster, currently who is liable and who, is that being policed or not being policed, that I'm confused. Currently, right now, as it stands.
I'm gonna be brief about this. I don't know. I've never seen a police officer down there of any type. And
I never have.
CSX owns it,
Can
so.
look into because there's been increased activity, increased noise, is there a noise pollution ordinance in the?
We have no
township?
noise ordinance.
We do not have a noise ordinance.
Okay, and also I understand there was an accident last year, so I'm just curious if there was one,
who's liable? Just so we can look.
It would be, it's on their property, which is why they're saying if you don't buy it, they're going to shut it down if they know that there's trespassing down there, because it is a huge liability, to Jack's point that on the phone. It is a big liability. Somebody falls and cracks their head on the concrete structure, whatever, while they're fishing, yeah, CSX is on the hook, so.
So do we want that liability? Does the township want that liability?
All right,
Well, they got parks and
yeah,
stuff.
let's try to keep it to comments if possible, okay? I'm all ears, just give me your comments. It's good, we're gonna be here till 11 o'clock if you want to answer every question.
Well, it kind of impacts us, so it's important to
Yeah.
talk it out a little.
Again, I'm happy to talk to anybody. Did you have any more questions or any
And so
more?
they're responsible for the tunnel that goes under, where it goes, the river goes underneath?
CSX owns all of it.
All right.
The township does not have any
Okay.
responsibility for any of that right now. Yeah, raise your hands. I know we're back in elementary school. You were up first.
Yes, I'm Sharon Cup. Aside from the property owners living along that route being deprived of the full use of their property, which is self-explanatory, we would be buying ourselves a very expensive problem, which I think has been made manifest tonight. The other thing is that none of this, after all the thousands are spent and the unseen thousands yet to be spent, it won't bring 1 cent into our community. It goes from nowhere to nowhere. And I don't mean that in a derogatory manner. I love Ellsworth. That's why we moved here 33 years ago. I love it. I want it to stay safe. With the influx of crime, it would be setting the perfect scene for a crime. The railroad along which my property sits is recessed with hills on both sides. It's down low. No one can see it. Anything can happen there. We've had trespassers on our property all times, all hours of the day and all hours of the night. Even though it's illegal, they don't care, they're entitled. And they're not going to change that attitude just because the township owns the property. They are entitled. And who's going to pay? I am concerned about the safety of girls, women, senior citizens, up to and including policemen being ambushed on that trail. We don't want it in Ellsworth. We don't want it. We are peaceful people. We love one another and we want to keep it that way. We want to continue to be good neighbors. At best, there would be drug and alcohol parties the first couple of years after we built our house. My husband had to go down on the lower, near the tracks and on the lower part of the property to remove people who were drinking and using drugs, et cetera, et cetera. At my age, I don't want to do that anymore. I can't do that. And we all know that there's virtually no respect for law among those who are entitled. And then the residual of the, I know that snowmobiles would not be allowed, but again, the entitled aren't going to ask permission. We have had snowmobiles on our property, not as much now, but throughout the years. In and out, in and out. We joked about it that we should put up a sign, Cups State Park. But they don't. You can try to catch them. Can you? Can you run out in your pajamas in the middle of the winter and catch them and bring them to justice? No. So I'm concerned about our community. I'm concerned about the property owners, of which I'm one, but the bigger picture is the community.
Thank you, Sharon. Joyce?
Well,
Actually, Frank had his hand up first. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Frank.
I was just going to address, is it policed right now? I'm Frank Kershaw. My wife and I, Julie, live adjoining to this property. When we had dogs, I walked the dogs on this all the time. I have never seen a peace officer of any sort there, okay? So I hope that answers your question. What I've heard here so far scares me. Sounds like a ton of money for a walking trail.
Joyce?
I'm Joyce Schultz. I heard that lady and her concerns, but I guess my question would be, that's now. That's now that she's talking about all the issues, so it doesn't really seem to me to be an issue of who owns it. The issue is everybody's concerned about that trail, whether the township owned it or not. You're just concerned about having anybody down that trail.
Well, it
And
is
I'm-
an issue, we don't know where our land is.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
but
one at a
that's
time.
not, that's not the issue.
Joyce.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joyce?
And I walk that trail all the time.
Yeah.
And feel pretty safe. I hear your concerns, but I also have met so many of the school kids and the outings and everything, and I guess my idea is, I believe it's just the potential gem. I know it goes nowhere to nowhere, but I know the walking trails and the beautiful things that people like to come into communities because they have things like that. For the children and stuff, we have very little here. And there's such a thing as grants for things. If it costs a lot of money, you know, I guess I would rather see, let's look at the possibility of it instead of wiping it out because it just seems so horrible. Because I think that what they're saying is, it's either gonna be this, or they're gonna block it off and police it, and nobody's gonna have access to it. And that's gonna break my heart. Because what happens, and what I've talked to other friends, and I've lived in the city, when you shut down railroad property and it doesn't become anything that somebody takes over, it is the bad people that end up going. The good people stay away because it's against the law. So the law abiders stay away from it, and you end up getting taken over by people that are not law abiders. And you haven't helped at all. You have actually made it worse. So I would love, as somebody that loves that and walks that trail all the time, to at least pursue what that might look like. What kind of things would be a grant? I know it's a lot of money, but oh man, what a gem it would be if we could find help and a grant to do it. Because I don't think some of it, I just, again, the kids in our community, you know, you're surrounded by streets where it's just such a wonderful little trail that goes right from the school through. And I've passed little kindergartners picking up their leaves and stuff, that they got a safe little place through the woods to, that there would be no other place for. So I kind of have an opposite.
Thanks, Joyce.
Start my time. I think you've got a situation here where times have just changed. Obviously, CSX is not who owned it before, who made previous things, business transitions. We're a very litigious society. No wonder, I understand, I get it, why they have their concerns. We would be taking that on also. Be curious to see what our attorneys thought of all this. But just as an anecdote, in the 80s, I used to ride my three-wheeler down in Williamsburg along the power line. Guess what? Eventually, enough people did it, and the power line came in, and they blocked it all off. Nobody goes in there. You can't do that anymore. Times change. You don't get to do that. People have walked this. If CSX decides that this is too much of an exposure for them, I wouldn't be surprised if they did limit access to it. However they decide to do that, they may not ever do it. You can maybe you can keep trespassing. I don't know, but I can understand what's going on here. I also think that it sounds like a hell of a stretch to get into this from the township perspective. I mean, can you imagine paving that with some of the other road issues we have, that we can't afford to pave roads? I mean, think of that.
Essex Road is fine.
Yeah, that's my 3 minutes, if it's done, I'm done.
Next.
All right, Tina?
Well, it sounds like what you have is a chance to beautify a part of our community, or put a cage around a little part of it. And I'm all for beautifying it. And I do think that there is, especially for outdoor recreational things, I do think that there are grants available. I think that there is a way that we can go about doing it that isn't gonna cost us an arm and a leg. I think it's gonna take work, and it's gonna take some people with some knowledge, but it is possible. I mean, this isn't beyond our grasp. Other communities have certainly done it. And I think she's right. If you do put a cage around it, it's not gonna be the good law-abiding people that are gonna be utilizing, especially, I didn't know there was a place where there was a dip in there. I've never gone down that far. I have taken the elementaries, I think until this, everybody kind of thought that was public property and that we were all allowed to do that. I don't think anybody knew that they were trespassing. And, I really feel very sad that right now we all know that we were trespassing. But I would vote in favor of doing the work, and I would even volunteer to try and help to do the work to try and make that a better part of our community and not just a big old ugly eyesore or just someplace that we can't go. If you go back in there, it's absolutely beautiful. There's a little creek running through there. It's a really nice place to walk and to stroll. And so yes, it would be very expensive, but what isn't anymore seems, if you want to do anything.
It's true.
I'm Sharon Fly. I must be late to the party, so I have a few questions first. On the outline, it showed two separate sections, the village all the way through north, right?
Yes.
And then the other section from the village going along the lake.
Mhm.
Are we talking about both sections? Because it sounds like we're only talking about.
Well, both sections are in play, they're part of the discussion, but what Katie was asking about is that all that portion south of from the dividing line between Todd Eggers and Todd Ingalls, south is what went back because it was an easement.
I don't know specifically.
Well, it's two properties north of the Ebenezer Christian School. Everything south of that is gone back to the property owners, and it's just it's not recorded on their deeds, so.
South of that to the village
And
line.
I'm asking for clarification, because
Yeah.
we live on that first section, next to the.
The park?
Yeah, next to,
Okay.
and, our lawyer said we own it.
Yeah, everything that I've seen, heard over the past year or two actually really since I started this position, indicates that you own that. The only thing left is CSX still has stuff in their system and their computer system that gotta leave some ambiguity there. And they're saying that if we went through with this, they would waive the $5,000 fee to clear those up as part of the purchase.
Well, that was my other question. They're saying their records are the correct records? I mean.
I'll tell you.
We've
I-
had
yeah.
surveys done 3 times on the property
Hold on
around
just a
it.
sec, I wanna make sure.
But anyway, so I guess that was the question, who says their records are the correct records to begin with?
I don't know. I know I don't wanna go toe to toe with a railroad attorney. So, I don't know, I think that you do have legal right to your property. There's nothing that I've heard in 4 years, 5 years, whatever, that would indicate that you don't have you do not have control and ownership of that portion.
And my final question is, did this all start because they decided they were clearing up stuff and they came to us?
No,
Or-
back in December, well, there was a lot of questions about who, and to Katie's point, there has been a lot of questions about who owns what. Like what you're asking right now. Do I own my property? I don't know. And there's been a lot of debate about that and whether or not parts of it can get shut down and can we put signs up, can we put fence up? So I asked the board in December whether or not I could talk to CSX. The board unanimously agreed that that was okay for me to talk to them. I asked them about the property and whether or not they'd even be interested in selling it. And she came back to me over the course of 4 months, last week, I think, or the week prior, and said, yes, here you go. We would sell it to you for this much, it's the fair market value, and we don't negotiate. So that's why I brought it to the board, and I said, okay, I'll bring it to the board on my May 19th meeting, and that's where we're at right now.
One last question, because I'm probably over my 3 minutes. I understand that we're responsible for soil testing if we do it, and we saw it and we decided we didn't want it, they would say to them, but Are they not required to clean it up then? Because the EPA.
I'm sure there's a Sierra Club lawyer that would be happy to take that up. I don't know.
That's, I
no.
just, that.
Yeah, I don't know. You would need an attorney to try to force their hand.
Joan Paulser. So we would knowingly walk into this sale without having these samples done, and then we would be responsible to remediate any contamination? I mean, I went through that with Morwell 50 years ago. That was a nightmare. I mean, I don't think it's anything to that degree, but, and everybody talks, this is such a beautiful stretch. I live on that stretch for 50 years. It's a beautiful stretch until somebody is putting dead carcasses in there, stoves, refrigerators, car parts are dumped into our creek that runs on our property.
I guess who's cleaned that up for 60 years?
Yeah, we've had that mess. My grandkids don't go down there. We don't think it's safe. We have drug deals going on up and down our best road all the time. So my grandkids do not have access to that unless we are with them. That is not the safe haven everybody likes. I wouldn't say I know that a crime other than littering has happened down there, but the potential is there. It's a very secluded, hard to access place. But back to the township part, to knowingly buy something that has a lot of strings attached. They're not just selling it to us and say, do what you want. They're telling us what we can do, they're telling us what we're gonna have to pay. Cleaning up possible contamination, which I would imagine would be a real thing. And to asphalt that stretch, that's huge. That's an unknown out there. So is the contamination, possible contamination. You're signing up for, you know, they're dumping that in our lap.
Did I will.
No. Ask me later, Joyce.
Yep, go ahead, I'm done.
Well, I know, I just
I'm
thought
just
it was,
whining, I'm just whining.
no, I was hearing different than what you heard. I guess that's what, because what she was saying was, you pay that initial fee, which isn't for the property, and if we define that, that's reason for us to drop out of the deal. We do not have to.
Okay, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm quite sure she said that.
That part is correct. If you would take the
No.
soil
Yeah,
samples.
they aren't gonna remediate it though, is that it? They aren't going to.
She said they're not.
They're not
No
responsible.
responsibility.
Block it off.
They will do nothing.
If they find contamination, they'll leave it there?
If we find lead and arsenic at unsafe levels, they are not obligated to clean it up, and they will take no responsibility.
I think you need to contact the Antrim County Health Department, Environmental Health, if you've been down there. They have there's already some contaminated lakes and rivers in Antrim County they are following.
Okay.
So I think they would want to know if there's
You
contamination.
could look into that.
Mark Wilder, I live at the end of Bergsma where that property actually ends.
Okay.
And not actually opposed to a footpath in there because it's used for that anyways. The only concerns that I do have as far as like liability issues, throughout the summer, you get a lot of people that come from downstate, hanging out at the lakes, things like that. That property gets used a lot, and I've actually had to go down and help somebody out of that culvert before, who's fallen in. A lot of guys, they go down there, the kids go down there and they'll party, and it's okay, I'm not like policing them, but it does happen, you know, it does happen to right there, and it's not like Best Road to Ellsworth, because that's actually, there's people live along there, there's only two of us, pretty much, that run, and, you know, Marion Stream runs the entire length of my property. So I'm not opposed to that. There's also a issue with, there's a bubbling spring that actually comes up. There'd be some major improvements that would have to be done to accommodate that water. Sorry about that. That would have to accommodate, you know, that water, and it doesn't get used much in the spring and fall because it is so wet back there, it is so muddy. I don't even go back through there unless I have to access it through my hunting blind. But just some comments about, it's already being used that way. I don't really particularly mind, but I do mind when they get on your property or they go on Jack's property. I do mind that, and I see that throughout the summertime a lot. So it does kind of attract there, but it's kind of hidden where I'm at. But I do am concerned about the improvements that have to be made to deal with that spring, because it's a lake back there sometimes.
I've never been back there, except to see it from Mercer Road, so. Jesse, you can go next.
All right, I'm Jesse Anderson. I live on the property just north of Ebenezer. I'm not against having this as an open trail. Currently, I know a lot of people that are concerned about the safety. I have 4 boys, and I encourage them to go outside, and I encourage them to go fishing. So I have no problem with them getting on the golf cart and going down the railroad bridge and going fishing, because that's, in my perspective, that's what little boys need to do. There isn't a whole lot in our township for children to do. So just to be clear, I grade the thing, so we're talking about tractor use. I grade it. I cut all the branches off of it. I groom it. I do a lot of the work on that thing already. So the only time that I personally have an issue with it is when everybody and their brother walks their dogs during deer season wearing camouflage, and the dogs come up to my deer stand and bark at me in my tree stand. So in my family, my uncle got killed from a stray bullet. So when my kids don't want to go hunting because they see more people than deer, frustrate me. So if it were opened as a trail, I'd be 100% for it. My only stipulation as a property owner would be if we could respectfully not open it during deer season, from October to November. So that's I think it's a generational thing. I mean, I don't know how many generations of my wife's family have utilized that. That's what I got.
Gentlemen? Yeah.
Hi, Dominic Schwein. Again, talking about that north part of the section 14. I think that we are concerned, so we're saying like section 14, what I've heard is essentially the property owners there, like ourselves, do own that property, but yet it's still being a part of the purchase agreement. That is unclear to me how that tracks.
It's just, they're rolling in the administrative office work of clearing those easements up.
I guess, yeah, ultimately
That
we're.
they need to be cleared up.
Yeah, I guess ultimately we're concerned about that being a part of any purchase agreement, but overall, in terms of the section 11, I'm a runner, I run on that trail, all the time, it's a beautiful trail, but, we'd love to see it stay open, but, very concerned about the section 14 part of the sale. Thank you.
Sure. Anybody else? Beth?
All right, Beth Cooper. My daughters and I use this trail weekly, almost daily, spring, summer, fall, winter. I do think it is an incredible gem. I do want to also preface this is that I was born downstate in Taylor, right next to a railroad. My elementary school was just on the opposite side of that railroad. And I will tell you that we had lots and lots and lots of issues that when they completely shut it off like they did, that the crime came in, and it came in right away. And the problem is that when you do something like that, now we're depending on CSX to be the ones to police this, instead of our local community, which is even closer. So, that being said, like I said, I use this trail all the time. The community uses this gem of a trail. It is a true asset. It's beautiful. My daughters and I, we would be absolutely heartbroken if all of a sudden it was shut off and caged just like a little trap and no longer, and will essentially fall into disrepair because, as we've all said, if the railroad hasn't maintained it this far, what are they going to do? So we use it for walking, running, pets, biking. I mean, fishing. I've actually hosted a community event, a 5K on that trail, and it was very successful. Pictures we do family pictures. The school, the elementary school that my children attend, the preschoolers are down there doing lessons for science. They take that track for field day. Mind you, this is the only safe way to get our elementary schools and our students to the ball fields, to the track where they do field day. So it does become a safety issue if we cage this off. Cross country, I know they run it, they use it all the time. Players access to the ball field. When they do recycling lessons, they take the kids that way to get to the recycle bins. Down to the fire department, same thing. We've used it for family night pictures, for sports pictures. Currently, actually, our National Honor Society does an annual spring cleanup. And they go through and pick up a lot of the trash that is on that path. As well as our elementary school students, we do an entire Earth Day lesson, and they go through and they're already maintaining this. So I guess what I'm saying is that currently, we have two options in the air. CSX says Banks Township can buy it, and there are grants out there we can do this, because yes, I do understand this is a very pricey thing to do. But I would be willing to personally put in the effort, the work, to see that we get grants for this, and that we can maintain this, because otherwise, now what we're doing is, none of us are gonna be allowed to use it. They're going to cage it up, I've seen it happen many times, and it will fall into disrepair. The people that are gonna be there are gonna be the people that we don't want. Let's let our town purchase this so that we can maintain it, we can beautify it. Property owners, we can maintain those fences. We can make sure that, personal property does stay personal property, because that's incredibly important. But if you allow the township to make this purchase, let us help put those rules in place, because we will better be able to regulate than whatever CSX is gonna do, because clearly they haven't done it now, they're not going to.
Clearly, they don't care.
Exactly, so exactly to your point, exactly, so
They don't care about the health of your school children, they don't care about the pureness of your water, they don't care about any of it.
Exactly, so.
And that is a crime. That
So
is a
then allow
crime
our
that also-
township to, let's allow our township to purchase that bit, help beautify it, make it better, because guess what, even if we find that arsenic or lead or whatever, they're gonna walk away and just leave it.
And
No,
we're gonna be on the hook for it.
So,
Oh, no, they're gonna be on the hook
Well-
for it, is what's gonna happen if they find it.
but allow our township to help beautify this space that so many people currently use. And if we cage it off, we will be destroying one of the few assets that this community has, especially from young children all the way up, to seniors, so.
I do wonder if there is not a third option here. I mean, I know that we've opened a can of worms, so to speak, but is it possible that if we just leave it alone, it can just be the way it's always been?
I mean, it's a
I
possibility.
mean, that they'll just leave it, they're just gonna forget that we even made the phone calls.
It has been that way for 50 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it?
50 years.
More than 50 years. We have our fourth generation on that land. They have never been there a day. Not since they left.
All right, any more comment on anything? Doesn't have to be on the railroad. Yes, sir.
Did you make it out to Restroom Road?
I sure did.
What do you think?
I thought it looked like it was in really good shape.
You did?
I absolutely did. I took pictures of it. I drove the whole thing at about 8 miles an hour, eyeballing every inch of that road. And the only spot there was an issue is at the Clay Pit Bridge Road, where they had failed to keep the gravel up. And I sent it to the road commission. I sent pictures, including like how deep the gravel is off the side. And they said they'd get out there. I haven't been out there yet to see if they actually did. Okay, so I need to rattle their cage a little bit more. Please feel free to call the road commission. Every time you call down there, it goes to their switchboard operator, and they record every single one of those calls and what you're calling about, and all that information goes to the road commissioners. And the more people that call, the more action gets taken. So please feel free to call the road commission.
We need to do like a Essex Road, like
Yeah, I don't
different
know if it'll
neighbor
work
every
for
day.
that, but it's worth a shot. Yes, Jack.
I'd like to, Jack Gammert, I'd like to have a brief comment. The railroad grade goes directly through the center of my property. What that means to me is hundreds of thousands of dollars, because nobody's gonna buy the piece on the east side. There's only two landowners on that side, and they're the only people that possibly have any interest in that. So it is an absolute detriment to me. I have never refused anybody to ever go on my property, fish, walk, whatever. They've hunted there. I let lots of people from this community, a lot of people here know me. They have been on there. So it's a saddened thing for me to see what's going to happen up and down that railroad grade. If you go through and pave it and put that on there, what's it gonna do to it, folks? It is not gonna be the same railroad grade. That is never gonna be the same. It is gonna be completely different. It's not gonna be the joy that you wanna walk up and down there. It's gonna increase the temperature, as, when you put blacktop on it, it's gonna increase the temperature. Your wildlife is not gonna be as prevalent. The more people you have on it, you're not gonna see the wildlife. You know, it's a shame, but, you know, the smaller the footprint, the more you see.
Agreed. Just depends on if they're gonna let
That's
us
right.
not do it.
That's right, and it is it's sad what they've done to us. The CSX Railroad has not done you any favors. I mean, the reason that railroad track is there is because all those people in 1876 or whenever that came through there, was that a lot of those people probably gave their land to the railroad so that they could put it through there, and so that we could have positive economic growth in the village of Ellsworth. Now, they're detrimenting us, because now they're saying that, you know, if they say there's possibly contaminants there, believe me, there's contaminants there. There's railroad trestles there that were poured, that cement was poured, the railroad trestles that are there are disintegrating. I work every year to try and stabilize that so that I can go over it. Otherwise, there's holes down through it this big. It's really not a safe place to walk. I'm honestly, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I plugged them with holes, I plugged them with rocks, I put dirt on top of it, and I keep trying to refurbish it all the time. So, you know, I don't know, you guys, you know, the township is gonna be on the hook for a big bill if they approve this. So, you know, and I'm not gonna get, you know, I'm not never gonna get my land back. I'm not ever gonna be able, it came out of my land, that piece came out of my land, I'm never gonna be able to get it back because the railroad is dictating to it. It's not the government, it's the railroad now that's dictating to you guys. It's kind of sad.
It's frustrating.
I don't think the railroad, if the people gave it to the railroad, I think it was the other way. I think the railroad took it from the people. It's the way it happens everywhere else, whether they put highways in or whatever. The other thing is
That could be, I'm not litigating stuff from the 1800s here tonight.
But also the culvert by, on Birdsma Road there, it's very, very narrow. Like Mark says, you know, people fall off of it all the time. My husband had constant issues with the County Road Commission to please widen it a little bit. No, they wouldn't maintain it, he had to. So that whole area there is gonna have to be maintained to accommodate, those who visit that area.
Okay.
What will happen?
My name is Josh Mack, my brother and I have a property that joins Cups and Jacks, and I've spent quite a bit of time on that trail on the north end, and like Cups and Jack have both said, to develop that trail to be usable is gonna take a lot. I mean, the north half of that trail is all underwater for the majority of the spring. And in order for the county to be able to maintain it, you're gonna have to deal with the spring that's coming up, as well as, I don't know if anybody's trying to call the police around here, or try to get anybody to come out, or the DNR to come out, when we've got people poaching in that creek or doing something like that, but how is that gonna be enforced? How are you gonna have, if we can't get them to come out for other reasons, why are they gonna come out for problems on the trail? I'm not against the trail, but I think that the township really needs to look at the responsibility and are they able to find police and find the money to take care of it, find the money to develop that north side? I agree that south side from Best Road into town, that's amazing. But I encourage people to look at that north side before they jump into it, because it's a completely different animal. I mean, Jack's always allowed myself, my nephews, we've used it, we walk it, but it's very limited time. You can't do it this time of year, you can't do it a lot of the time of year. And the amount of people that are already, I don't wanna say trespass, but come
on both sides of that creek with the limited access, it's concerning for us. And I just feel for Cups and for Jack, because I've seen it, I've spent the last 4 years there quite a bit on there every other day at least. And, I think that walking trail is amazing, and I think that they're jumping into something as a township that I think the study needs to be done. I mean, you guys yourself have all said you've never even been on that board. You don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else? All right, Beth, last one.
Briefly. I was actually walked that whole strip this morning, from Best Road to Bergsma, and turned around and came back. And I will agree that yes, it is a little bit of a different animal, to your point, because it's soupy. I mean, I was in my buck boots. I went and I stayed above water, of course, but you know, it is a little bit. It's a different bit of animal because we haven't. Whereas this end from Best to town has been used regularly. But yes, it is a little bit, I guess, harder as far as the walking path is than it is on that end. But that being said, there is grant money out there available, because it sounds like a big concern of this is that, yeah, I agree, we don't want to be spending a ton of our taxpayer dollars that is just exorbitantly above and beyond what we thought this was going to be. But there is grant money out there to do this. And I think that if we allow the township to purchase this, we are better able to police it than CSX having to be able to take care of it. So, and better able to protect the property owners. And we can say, hey, because now it's a police issue. I know there were issues with dumping, you know, with all of the funk and the nasty. I get it. We had issues on Slough Road, same thing. It becomes a police issue. But now Banks Township owns it. Now we can get the local sheriffs and everybody involved to help clean that up, as opposed to having to go to CSX, and how long has it taken them to get back to us? So in that aspect, I see that the township purchasing this being a better option with help of grant money, with help of these options. It is doable, it is available to better be able to protect not only our children, but as well the private property owners on either side.
The only way it can be regulated is if it's owned locally. That's the only way it can be
Correct,
locally
exactly.
regulated.
Yeah.
And that's
Let the
what-
locals regulate it, because CXS clearly isn't going to do it.
Alex, the only thing I would like to say about that, just briefly, is that grant money is your money.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Thanks.
Grant money is your money, people. It is money that they have already taken from you.
Yeah, but they're gonna give it to somebody else if we don't apply.
Yeah.
You're right, right.
Exactly.
But I want you to remember that. Grant money is your money.
Which is why we'd like it to come back to us.
Right.
Exactly.
Somebody else.
To some point, yes.
All right, Jerry's got a comment.
Jerry Rasmus, President of Melbourne. I'm on the Jordan Valley Trail Council for snowmobiles. We worked our butts off getting it in Ellsworth. It got groomed 1 year, and one individual screwed the trail up and shut it down from East Jordan to Charlevoix. They can do that, and they done it. It's just the future. You're not gonna see snowmobile trails pretty soon. You're not gonna see trails for side-by-sides. It's the biggest thing, but there's no money for it. That's the end of that. I'm here for the village. We okayed some road work. We have a very, very limited budget. We didn't budget anything for roads because we don't have much money. We got prices on extending our portion through Resort Drive. Payne and Dolan was gonna give us a deal because they were in town. And they're $100,000 more than Reese Riley. We can't afford Reese Riley either. They want $198,000 to do our portion.
Is that all the way to the bridge or just
To the
corner?
bridge.
Okay.
The $132,000 to just finish Resort Drive. I have a $60,000 budget for roads.
Yeah.
We didn't go with anything up on Resort Drive. we spent $100,000 on roads, we okayed that. If we could get anything from the township, we'd like that. I mean, the township uses it, but they're all in the village. Most of them are patches. It's unbelievable what they want to do work. And I've seen painted Dolan work. I'm not impressed with it, but you gotta take everybody's bid. And they were the highest. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you, were they all at the same spec?
We have to get a grant to do any road work.
No, but I mean, when Payne and Dolan gave you that quote for 198, was it to the same spec as the?
Same specs as, yeah.
What's going out there? Okay.
Well, take that back. Payne and Dolan give us a bid to do the same thing they're doing for the township.
Okay. Yep.
All the way to the park.
Yep, okay.
Reese Riley gave us a price to wedge it and resurface it.
Okay, so they're different.
There is
different products, different service.
Yeah.
Okay.
They wouldn't be grinding it.
Yeah.
But it was, you know, that was $100,000 just for Reese Riley to do a wedge and a patch.
Okay.
And I'm not in favor of any of that. We're just gonna do it again for a couple of years. So our portion of Ruston Road's gonna be rough. That's all I got.
I have one
Yes.
quick question. Does the township have money for this, for the sale, and do we have two questions? Do they have money outright to buy this property? And, or are we gonna see something millage proposal coming up or something?
No, there's plenty of money to answer your question. And
Oh,
then you can
there
ask
is?
me another one if you want. There's plenty of money in our general fund to spend $35,000 on.
Could you get the village some, so we had better?
Here,
Go for it, go.
It's an option. I mean, I'm glad all these people are here. You guys can like actually tell us what you want.
Oh, that's good. Well, that was my one question. I just didn't know if we were gonna finance this or something.
No, it would, yeah, I'm not in favor of raising the millage for that.
Okay.
No, honestly, a big part of this comes down to, Mars brought this up before, we have a pretty significant fund balance, and this is an opportunity to use some of that money that the whole community can use. I like the fact that we do the township cleanup. That's one of those things where you can actually see your dollars at work. It's not just putting paint on the town hall or whatever, right? And this is another one of those areas where there's potential for being able to buy something that the whole township could use, visitors and residents alike. And no, there are some significant environmental concerns here that none of us were aware of, right? I don't think anybody in here was, knew this stuff ahead of tonight. I already told you how this came to be. She offered me offered the township the $35,000 to buy it, and I brought it to the board, and I'm glad y'all are here. I'm tickled pink that everybody's here to tell me what they think about it. We need that input, and it's a good thing. For 5 years I've been here, I've never had this many people in here. There might have been close to it for the zoning issue, or right about the same. A couple more of Lakeshore Drive, but I'm happy everybody's here. I appreciate everybody giving their input. But to your point, no, we would not need additional funds to purchase it. Yeah, if you got to do remediation, that's another story.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's the part I guess I'm just voicing my.
It scares
my
me too,
concern.
Joan. It really
That's
does,
an
yeah.
open can of worms that could possibly dump in our lap, and we would just have a mess.
But the issue is that we can find that out before we purchase
Before,
it. It would
okay.
cost us $3,500 plus some soil testing and other examination fees to find that all out. There may be no remediation, there may be nothing.
Right.
There may be $1 million, but it costs us $3,500 to find that out.
And if you pay the $3,500, you can pull out for nothing. They give you your money back other than the cost of your soil examination. And now the township knows what's going on out there. All you guys that have property right there, and your wells are probably 100 yards from it, now you guys have gotten that information that CSX probably is never gonna give you.
And please see if environmental health in Antrim County will do it on their free and well. 'cause you don't
Yeah,
pay taxes
absolutely.
for that. Some health departments do.
Oh, I got one more question.
Just a second, Jerry, I got one more thing for Jerry and then Jesse.
Sorry.
Just a simple thing, it won't get patrolled, no matter who owns it.
No.
I'm just telling you right now, folks.
Yes, you're right.
And I use it with my snowmobile, I use it with my side-by-side. And to make that not happen, I'm sorry.
So with the property to the north, I don't know the
That's
zone
the
number.
first one.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
From Eggers line to the village line, where that was abandoned, and it did revert back to the property owners, how is that gonna be handled? Because the trail doesn't do a bit of good if you can't connect it to the town, so what?
Fair point, that's why I called you.
Yeah, right, so how does that whole?
You own, what, a quarter mile of it?
Yeah.
I think, and then Todd has a portion, and then you got Donna Weinsma, Patty Drenth, Gary Strange has a little piece, right, that you guys own to the middle, which, back to your question before, you guys own it. I mean, you guys could just say, nope, we're not doing this, and put a fence in front of it or whatever, and you could end the whole thing. It would really require a partnership, with those couple of property owners. Now, once you get to the Christian school, Ebenezer, south of there, the village owns it, and then the township owns the portion behind here, that goes all the way to the fire hall from the school, roughly, and then the village and the co-op kinda own that part down to the park. So that part's all public, but your two pieces and yours, Todd's, and those other 5 that I mentioned, those are the question mark.
Well,
You and I have talked multiple times.
You know my
I think that
perspective.
there's room to work there and work together to
So
make
then the
it.
trail wouldn't start until up past those places, those 5 parcels?
I mean, that would be a possibility. I would hope that that's not what would happen. It is possible that you'd only have access to it at Best Road.
Well, you haven't made a decision yet,
No,
right?
there's
I
no,
mean,
there's
a
no
lot to be
decisions here
considered.
at all. You know, but it's hard to negotiate with something you don't own. I mean, the VA inspector, when I went to buy my house, said I had to tear my barn down before I bought it. Like, how am I gonna do that? It doesn't make any sense. You gotta own the thing before you can make decisions like that. So, anyway, point being, no, there has been no decisions made. And again, we're happy to have as much input as possible, so. Yes, ma'am.
2 things. Gunner's going to my house.
Okay.
So let the wife go pick him up there.
Okay.
You have to read Julie's letter.
Yes, thank you. All right, and then, is there any other public comment? Okay, then I'm gonna read this letter from,
There's the lady by the piano.
oh, I'm sorry.
Not
Go ahead.
related to the trail.
Oh,
But
okay.
Randy Nagel is retiring after 40 years of teaching.
Wow.
And don't write this down, but there's a surprise celebration on June 6th. And since so many public are here, you're all invited. And so I did want to, that's why I came. And he has taken kids up and down that trail for 40 years. I will say that. There's my comment towards that.
Where's it at?
It'll be at up by the track.
Up by the track.
Yep,
Okay.
it's elementary field day, and so the surprise is that during Mr. Nagel's last field day, we will have his retirement party.
That's cool.
Yes.
Great. Remember
In the morning.
being in his class.
10 a.m. 10 a.m.
Be in my backyard.
What's the date again?
June 6th,
June 6th. I'm gonna say 10 a.m.
10 a.m. All right. All right, anything else?
What is the township's next step forward from here?
Well, the 5 of us need to discuss what we wanna do.
Can
And,
you guys make the decision?
So,
I'm just curious.
no, I know, I'm formulating how I wanna say this in my head.
It's up to
I'm
you.
flying the plane as I'm putting it together. I went into this, talking to CSX and everything, assuming things would go the way they normally go in private practice. And my assumption was that as soon as this got out, there were gonna be property owners that all could go in together and say, well, CSX, if the township will give you 35, we'll give you 100, and just make it work. And I felt like the right thing to do for the community is go full steam ahead, so that we had the purchase agreement in place and then could go through the due diligence process. And to to Mara's point, if it's bad, we back out, and, you know, it's all over with. I've been informed otherwise at this point, right, that CSX is not gonna sell it to a private property owner, and now I feel like, because of that, we can take our time even getting to the purchase, agreement part of the whole thing, so, you blame me if you want, but that's how private things work, and I had to go with what I knew, and so.
How can that possibly be legal, Alex? How can that
I-
Are you admitting that
possibly
you were
be
trying
legal?
to be secretive because you did not
No.
want, if you, you
No.
just admit that?
No, I was not being secretive.
You just said if you, the word got out, people would get together and try and
No,
buy
I
it.
said when it got out, which it was
You
going
didn't want
to.
that to happen.
Of course I didn't. I want the community to own that. It is a good thing for the community to own a piece of property. I was not being secretive. As soon as I got the thing, I sent it on. You've seen the entire email string, Katie.
Right, that
Right.
we just got, that you started in December, we received it the 12th of May.
There wasn't anything to
There wasn't
talk about.
anything there.
There was nothing to talk about until she gave me an offer.
You were doing title work for her. There's nothing in these minutes that reflect supervisor is to bring a motion to the table, is to bring an action item to the table.
I asked if I could talk to CSX.
Where's that in the minutes?
It was in December. It was a
No,
unanimous decision. I sat right
Here
here
are
and
the
said.
minutes, here are the minutes from
I
December.
was here
Tell me
and
what it says.
it was, you're correct.
Thank you.
It says nothing.
Thank you.
It says, no one reading these minutes could discern, could deduce that a sale was imminent. You talked to the
It wasn't.
village,
It was
you
not
talked to the
imminent.
village council.
It was not imminent. It was not imminent until they gave it
But
to
no
us 2
one
weeks
could,
ago.
yeah, no one could know what was going on.
So I brought it to the board, for the board to talk about it.
You brought it to the community at the December meeting,
I
by
did.
stating what, you actually asked if you could do this.
Thank you
It
very
should,
much.
it should have been recorded in the minutes, though.
Yeah. And that, you know, that is an oversight. But that was a unanimous consent type thing, and it apparently got overlooked in the minutes, so.
I do recall that.
Inquiring isn't a bad thing,
Brought it up.
and that's what you did, you inquired.
I
It's not a
inquired.
bad thing.
I got the offer, and there was no negotiation done whatsoever.
I don't know this time.
And we're just
Inquiring might be a
paying-
bad
Offered.
thing. It might
So.
have been, just leave it all
We're just
alone.
paying the asking price. They said they weren't
Now we're
gonna
back to the-
negotiate. And
That's what they
said all
told
the
me, they
terms.
don't negotiate, we can talk to our attorney and see if they can do better.
They dictate everything we have to have, everything we have to do.
Yep,
And that's not in the price.
no, no, that, we would
You
be
should have
paying.
given it to us for free.
I asked,
Really
that's what
should.
I asked for.
If we turn this down, are we able to ever reopen a purchase agreement?
I think so, I don't see why they wouldn't do that.
So
in the
if we
future.
do not purchase this and they do not show up to place it, it will stay how it has always been.
Exactly, maybe we should.
That was
just
that.
leave
And
it.
it will.
Yes, sir.
Is there an option just to purchase Best Road South to where it hits to the private?
I did not ask her that, I did not ask her, but that's a good question.
I'm pretty sure the answer is
You
no.
guys are own so much of it
Yeah.
between the city and
Involved in some.
private landowners. So the private landowners seem willing to allow it to continue on. I mean, how much property would it be to buy from the private landowners to Best Road? You guys, I didn't look at the map to see how much we're talking at the trail. Is that quarter mile?
It's about half of it, so it'd be half a mile probably. And
I just wondered if that was an option instead of
Yeah, that's a good question.
taking on the liability
Of the northern
old
half.
train
That's a
bridge,
fair point.
bringing up the levels. and-
Well, liability would also be the same, it'd just be on this part of it, not that part of it.
That's a good question.
I would comment that it would stay the same until someone gets injured on CSX property and gets an attorney and sues CSX for millions of dollars, then I'll guarantee you it will change. That's when they'll step in. So you're rolling the dice until then, which, and I'm not saying either way here, I'm just saying.
Not
And
very-
didn't they say that right now, everybody's trespassing for the
Yeah.
last 4
Yeah.
years?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
But what happens when we own it, when the township owns it and someone is hurt on it?
We have
Are
insurance.
alive?
We have insurance.
Yeah, we have
I
a
mean,
liability
they
problem.
Insurance on that too.
Julie's already addressed that with our.
Municipalities own parks and stuff, and we've got insurance, and, I mean,
This would be no different than owning
it's just
the,
all.
No
without
different
the
than,
potential environmental impact, it's no different than having our park out on Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
Well,
There's no added cost for the liability portion?
for the township for the trail.
Oh, we don't pay that, oh, we don't
We
pay
pay
insurance?
property liability, so since, like Tina just said, we have a park, so we, in part of what is underwritten in our, I talked to our insurance guy today. Part of what is underwritten is for property liability, so if someone got hurt on the trail, we are not liable. He said if we wanted to take it one step further to make sure no one could come after us, we can put signs up that say the township is not liable if you are injured. So there are options, there is no extra cost if we were to do this. It does not change our insurance prices, it stays the same.
What about the adjacent property owners' land, if they drive off the trail and get hurt?
No one can,
Right.
they're responsible for themselves.
That's trespass.
That's
Yeah, they're
trespassing.
trespassing on your property at that point, Jack, and it's, right?
And they still sue you.
They can fall off the culvert while they're fishing.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna read this letter. Township Board, I'm unable to attend the township meeting tonight. This email is my public comment. Please read this during the first public comment period. After reading the purchase sale agreement online between CSX and Banks Township, I have concerns. One, why hasn't a public hearing been scheduled on this? According to number two, according to meeting minutes over the last year and my own recollections and past board involvement, I'm unaware of any board vote directing any board member to go into negotiations with the railroad company. The only mention in minutes that I could find were no update. It appears as though that was incorrect. I think that's what she meant there. Otherwise, there would be no sale agreement to take action on tonight. So how did this come about? I think I've already answered that. And when exactly were decisions made to contact the railroad company in violation of the Open Meetings Act? Without a board discussion, no board member should have been representing the township in such a way. This appears secretive and highly illegal. Number three, the agenda does not say discussion, but action. How could the board possibly make a decision in one meeting on something so complex when you were only provided the information a week ago? Number four, as a member of the public, reading it a few times, I have so many questions that would require numerous phone calls and research to complete. 1 week would not be enough time for any experienced member of this board, let alone new officers, to be prepared for a full, informed discussion of how this would impact the community. Why are the documents online, not in color? It is impossible to use the key to understand when it is in black and white. Those were exactly what CSX sent us. So that's what we put online. Have the township attorneys and insurance carrier reviewed this sale agreement? What are their comments and concerns? Where are the numbers of the parcels? Where are the copies of the deeds? Who has paid for the title search? If the township has paid for that, who authorized that expense? Have any public monies been used so far to determine any of these things? The requirements of the buyer are quite extensive and would likely be expensive and time-consuming for the township, the taxpayers. If the railroad has such requirements, why have they never done any of these things themselves? It seems they are anxious to get themselves out of any liability that they and their attorneys have obviously identified and put into great detail while drafting this agreement. By reading this, it appears it might not be safe for the public to use the grade without remediation. Why should our tax dollars go to remediate any issues their railroad may have created? Why has the railroad not returned any of the many phone calls from property owners interested in acquiring the tracks adjacent to them? It seems the property owners should have the option of purchase before the township. Why haven't the property owners been notified of this possible sale to the township before the text blast on Saturday, May 17 at 11:43 a.m. and a text blast 3 days before the agenda item is acted upon is not sufficient notification by itself? If this is acted upon tonight, board members will be committing malfeasance on the public they were elected to serve. Any board member making, supporting, or voting yes on this should resign their position immediately. You are incompetent, in need of proper training, or corrupt. You will be held accountable. This rush to spend our tax dollars without full transparency and a public hearing violate the law and our trust in you as our elected officials. Again, you will be held accountable. Is that 3 minutes? I will be providing the Michigan Attorney General all information to date for that office to conduct a thorough investigation of this board's activity on this matter. I urge you to slow down this process until all the public's concerns are addressed.
I agree with that letter.
You should give credit to the writer.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I said it was from Julie Waters. I apologize. That is Julie. All right, with that, I'm gonna close public comment. Yep, sure, go ahead.
They got kids at home.
All right, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you.
Good night. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Maybe they're just taking a break.
Oh my gosh.
Why do you think you would?
Quarter to 8.
I still have the other two sitting next to
There is no life outside of me. I swear.
Oh, that's, okay,
This is my, I just wrote some notes down. I was gonna give an update on my stuff. I should have just done what Jerry did and just did it during public comment assembly. You know, hearing more about the north end, it does make it a lot more scary. That's going to add even more expense to the whole thing. Apparently not.
No, I don't believe so. No, yeah.
They're like hardcore.
No, they got
a
up
big mess and they just need to buy it. It's full of
Oh, exactly.
Well, now that the team work has been over, can we just ignore this whole thing and put everything back? I know, but it's done. It started at
Well, and I think a lot of it though, that's the thing, there's a lot of people complaining about this and that, like, what were the rights, like, closing it off versus opening it up versus sending it, is how they do that, and that's when, okay, well, who actually owns it, and then what are the rules, and so in order, and trying to, you know, remedy that situation,
Yeah.
is what, you know, brings it up.
The car here, the best road. And it just seems it's high, it's kind of secluded from the backyard, it's all there.
You know what, and I walked with this morning, I was down there, on the, I guess that's considered the north end, so from Best Road, I walked around this morning, there and back. There's a little bit of super section. You know, it's really mushy this spring.
The standing water section means cold.
There wasn't standing water.
Jen, I would not recommend Thursday or Friday to be on the whole trail, but that's not the entire trail.
Standing water on this bit too, though, there's two, I mean, if you go from Best Road up to here, there's at least 2 to 3 big mud holes that hold the water. I mean, so that, but yes, it is a little work.
That is rating it when it has lead and arsenic, and it's going into the watershed. That is,
I know, and they should be responsible, I agree. The sad part is that now, I mean, we can figure out if it's there. Because it's either there or it's not already. I mean, so we're either dealing with it and just gonna be oblivious and not know and pretend it doesn't exist, or we find out it does exist and have that. Now, should I think they should remedy this? Absolutely. But the other option is to just be oblivious and pretend it doesn't exist. No.
well, they used it for industrial use.
Right.
Totally different.
And people, at this point, people are already down this, they're already using it already. So.
All right, we got our members back here, everybody. We're gonna continue on. If you wanna have conversation, take it out to the other hall if you don't mind. I'll move on to the approval of the minutes. We have the 4/14, this is a special meeting. This is the meeting wherein we interviewed the attorneys. Anybody have any comments on that? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So move. Support.
All right, motion support from Marvin Richard. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, then we're on to the April 21 regular board meeting minutes. Any comments on those or adjustments that need to be made? All right, if not, I'll take a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
I'll support that. Motion support. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, the same. All right, on to the regular reports. Jairus?
Yep. For the county commissioner report, I left early last month, but I was going to report on the tax county for agricultural property value. Banks Township and Milton Township are always pretty close. Milton's been higher the last couple of years, but this year Banks is back to number one.
That's, you guys have that, just so it came in the mail today, so.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys, what he's talking about is in your packet. You
So-
did not email it because it came today.
So are you saying that the total value of agricultural land, our township, is the highest?
It's the highest township.
Or taxable value? Assessed or taxable?
This says percentage of change, so I don't think this report shows it, but it is in the, what you're asking is in the equalization report, which is on the
It's right
website,
there
so
in front of you.
I can get that for you. I'm not positive on, I think it's assessed, but I would have to double check. And then, just to reiterate what Alex mentioned earlier, when you do call the road commission, I was the county commissioner that was the liaison for 2 years to the Antrim County Road Commission. When you call, they do create a document that's called a service request. And that goes to the road commission board. And if you look on there, you will see my name because I called it. Because I know that it will go on their report and somebody will have to say, yes, this was attended to, no, it wasn't, and a reason why. And if they get more than one service request for a road, it moves it up the list. They have a program now, Kelly manages the office, it's a GIS program, so you tell them the approximate address of where there's the problem, the pothole, the tree branch over the road, you name it, they mark it. And that's how their foreman checks that spot. So it is a valuable tool. At our last county commissioner meeting, we entered into an agreement for the Antrim County Sheriff's Department to utilize Enterprise. So Enterprise will be supplying our sheriff's deputy vehicles. And right now, we kind of have been running them to around 200,000 miles. Enterprise wants them back at 100,000 because that's where they get the highest value of reselling them. They're doing about 10 other counties in the state of Michigan, and they buy a whole bunch of vehicles together, and they get a cheaper price that way. So we're gonna try it for a couple years. The sheriff and our finance director believe that it will be approximately the same cost as what we're paying now, provided we don't have a lot of accidents on a leased vehicle. So we'll see. We're still allowed to keep our deer guards on, so. Other than that, the 4029 was voted on in the last commissioner meeting. Your taxes will be going up almost 10% for the general fund. I asked the question of the finance director, do we have the ability without raising taxes to pay all of our debts, obligations, etc.? The answer was yes. Every dollar raised above that, which will be over $1 million, will be put into the jail fund, which the vast majority of this township voted against. So that's the reason I voted no to increase taxes. Other than that, there is a jail study committee that's been created. It's an ad hoc committee. Richard Frisky is one of the members, along with the sheriff, the administrator, a couple of other regular people from the county, a township supervisor from Mansalona. So those meetings are ongoing, weekly to semi-weekly, and they are open to the public. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff. report from the sheriff tonight. Treasurer's report.
You should have all gotten a copy of the funds received in, American Tower, rolling it up. Interest, revenue sharing from the state of Michigan, not real busy from the zoning administrator. Little hall rental money, is there anything in the bills that's out of the ordinary?
So first, there is this for you. This came today. This is, this came for early voting.
We got reimbursed for the November or August election?
November. August, we already did. So
Okay.
that's the August reimbursement. And then I saw on our Beckett and Rader bill that we were charged separately for master plan work. I had wrote the check already, called Beckett and Rader, and by the time they got back with me, so the check for them is actually $400 higher than it's supposed to be, because they billed us for master plan work, and Donna had told me that any master plan work was not to be billed when I started. She said everything goes under there, so they said it was an oversight, so they sent a new invoice, so we can send the check, and then we have a credit because we're still gonna have another bill, or you have to give me the check and I void it and I write another check.
What's gonna be easier for the books?
To keep the check.
To give them a check and have a credit?
Have a credit. I already talked to her and she said that as long as the board was fine with that, they could do that. And then we paid, CDS, that's on.
CDS.
Yeah, CDS. His check is in there too.
Okay, for the kitchen?
Yep, that's all done. I think that's the only big stuff. We had some hose testing for the fire department.
A motion to approve the bills. David?
I move that we approve and pay the bills.
All right. Any support?
Support?
Any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Zoning administrator report.
It's been the quickest report of the night. Very, very light duty. I've had turned a few things in, a few permits. But it's, yeah, this has been the lightest so far since I started doing this. I still get questions daily, phone calls and such, but as far as putting pressure permits, I haven't been much of that. I do believe there's a zoning board of appeals that's out there. I don't know if that date's been set yet, for a piece on Lakeshore Drive. But other than that, not a whole lot in play at the moment. You guys got any questions for me? Okay. You know my number if you do.
All right. Planning commission report.
We continue working on the 5-year revision of the master plan. We worked on discussed and passed off on the community services and natural resources chapters, and we're moving on to the rest of it. And probably the biggest thing that we did in our last meeting was we approved on the DeRue property a non-conforming use of they have a couple RVs there, and one was destroyed by a falling tree, and so we approved them replacing that with a similar size unit because they have that right legally already because they were grandfathered in, even though their use is non-conforming. That's all.
Good. Fire department, Mark wasn't able to come tonight, but he said it's a couple grass fires, a couple rescue runs, that's about it. Pretty quiet month for them. And Tina, DDA.
DDA, I actually have 3 reports. The DDA is, of course, we're gearing up for concerts in the square. If you all will come, we have a real eclectic every week, and it's just a lot of fun. Really is. Bring your lawn chair, bring your kids, come out. We got free popcorn and water, and it really is a good time. A good time to get to know your neighbors. And So that starts on June 25th, and it's every Wednesday from there until August 13th. August 13th, if you are gifted at all, is open mic night. We're trying something new. So come sing, even if you can't sing, tell jokes, I don't know, whatever you do. It will be a lot of fun. We are in the process of applying for a grant, a seed grant, to hire an information communication specialist. And what that person's job would be is we've identified the little kind of hidden gems in our community and attractions, so to speak. And that person's job would be to improve and market those hidden gems. So it's things like the labyrinth and the little stone house and all of the many parks that we have, and the tank, which we're working really hard to, Jerry in particular is really spearheading getting a regular memorial set up there with flags and plaques and places for people to park so they can get out and look at that tank and whatnot. So that's about it. As far as pig roast is concerned, I left for a while. I think I addressed this board about sponsoring us prior to leaving, but I can't remember specifically. So I am now addressing this board just in case I didn't before I left. And I want to say thank you for sponsoring the pig roast. And we've had just a really smooth, just all the planning and everything until today. And I have received multiple emails / phone calls with little tiny troubles in the road, which I'm sure are all going to get smoothed out. But thank you for your support to the pig roast. It's going to be a great event. This is our 44th year. There's I don't even know if I can bring this up here. One of the great new additions this year was the bringing back in we used to have a 5K, and so we were going to do a 2-mile fun run, and that fun run was supposed to go down what we thought was a public path to Best Road and back, and I don't know what to do about that now, and I would really like some advice on that. So that's just one of a couple of little holes in the earth here for the pig roast. Anyway, and the next thing is we have a new 501c3 called the Friends of the Labyrinth, and they hosted the Ellsworth. You helped out, you volunteered. We had a great successful Easter egg hunt over here at the park. So what's happening is this labyrinth has been here for 21 years now, and nobody really knows about it. And it's a labyrinth. That's weird. What's a labyrinth? A lot of people picture naked druids worshiping in the park. I don't know what that's all about, but we are rebranding it as the Wellness and Sensory Garden, the Ellsworth Labyrinth Wellness and Sensory Garden, and we're working hard on making it into the beautiful little gem that it can be. We already have people that want to book weddings there, and you're overlooking beautiful Lake Ellsworth there. You've got this great garden. They have held their first successful activity. They are getting bids on getting an irrigation system in. They're going to start getting that thing planted. The next big goal is getting a sort of a changing room for the brides and or an educational shed. Just a small building out there, something that blends right in with the scenery, and just to make that park. And you know, Jerry was clear about the village. We're kind of broke, which was news to me. And we need sources of revenue, and this can be not a huge source of revenue, but this can be a source of revenue. So we're working hard on that, and this is a full volunteer board. If you want to get involved with Friends of the Labyrinth, it's just all about making that little tiny garden in the park into something that's marketable and beautiful. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina. All right, Ambulance Authority, Ryan's here. If you want to, are you here to talk?
I actually didn't come prepared to give a report or a speech. I just came to listen and stay current on events in the communities I service.
Ryan is our interim manager, director over there. We are in the process of hiring a new director over there. I sent the whole board the packet, so you can see all the financials and stuff.
We didn't hear what you said, director of what?
The director of the Ambulance Authority.
Oh, ambulance, okay.
Yeah, sorry. yeah, Ryan's been working a ton of hours to keep the things afloat for a year. Yeah, roughly.
Some
Getting
change,
close,
yeah. Give or take.
And so she's been doing a great job. We put it out, and they've got at least 11 applications. So we'll see what that brings. There's a hiring board for that, made up of Brian, Tim, and Jay Peck. So there's those three, plus there's some other people from the community that will be doing the initial interviews, and we'll see where that goes from there. So, trying to clean that up. Also started working on a mission statement last 2 weeks ago, roughly that. So that's what I've got for the ambulance authority.
What does it mean, for the April report, you went from 37,000 to 0, basically?
It keeps pulling from, there are 4 accounts, it must not all be listed in there. There's 4 bank accounts that we have over there. One's for like credit card receipts, so that one is kept really tight so that we don't have fraud. And then there's an operations account that is a 37,000 that gets drawn down and basically swept. And they must not have made the deposit. But then there's a millage account that has a couple $100,000 in it that supports the operating. Tim is trying, he's our treasurer, and is trying to isolate those funds and keep a really tight grip on funds because we are so short. So that's what that was about. Any other questions? All right. Correspondence?
I had a phone call about a neighbor inquiring about a noise ordinance. I informed him we have no noise ordinance. So, not heard back from him. There is a letter that I got today that I gave to you guys from Northern Land Use Consultants. It is a planning firm out of, they said they serve Emmett and Charlevoix counties. So, I gave you all the letter, and if you're interested, I can reach out. Feel free to read it. Michigan Townships Association dues are due. So, I just need to know, do you want to do just the annual dues? Do you want to include in there a subscription option for classes and stuff? Or the annual dues and that's it? If you want cost, that's in your packet too. And then there was another one that came in from Unibit. That came today also for websites. So I gave that to you guys to look at as well. And then a letter for the fireworks.
Any questions about the correspondence? All right, moving on. Township cleanup. I thought it went pretty well. Marv, thank you for your use of your trailers. You know, you're gonna give us a bill for it, and we appreciate it. But the Padnos didn't bring the recycling cans. There was a miscommunication somehow, and I called on Wednesday, and they didn't have or they were looking at last year's activity. So she thought it was coming on Friday. It wasn't, and that's what happened there. So thank you for stepping up, and between you and Dylan being able to offer up a dump truck, they're able to get all the scrap over to J&J's. That day, nobody had to touch it again, and it was really successful. So thank you for that.
Do we have any idea if we gained or lost from Padnos? Probably never. Well, I mean, you know,
From
compare
J&J's, you mean? Oh, I don't know
J&J's
yet. Well,
versus Padnos.
We'll know the scrap price and all that stuff. Yeah, you can figure that out. Maybe that's the way to go. I don't know. You know, for the future. So, but if we do want Padnos to come next year, I've already put it on the schedule. So that's that. I don't think we've gotten a bill yet from GFL.
No, not yet.
Or the tire people. So.
Not yet. And I just want to thank Richard. I want to thank Friskies for providing the pizza and the pop. Everyone loved it.
So, thank you.
It was really good.
Okay, so the beverages were included in that
Yes.
because we paid $120 more for freshmen this year than we did last year. So that included, did that include the beverages?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that answer your question adequately, Katie?
Yep, I just wanted to know why the price doubled.
Yep.
So,
Includes that. All right, anything, do we need to do anything with the cemetery headstone stuff right now?
No, nothing to report, the guy hasn't gotten back to me.
Okay, sounds good. We talked about CSX Railway for a significant amount of time tonight. Anybody want to talk more about it?
I do, I have things.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Katie, you mentioned cap. I didn't see that in any of my documents. Can you
I can show you.
enlighten us on?
Yeah, thank you. I would be happy to enlighten you because I'm terrified to think the sale could have gone through and you guys wouldn't have seen all this information. Right here, right? 1 to 2 feet of asphalt, 14 feet
This
wide.
is for what document?
This is what we received Saturday morning
Yep.
at 11:43 a.m. and we had to review. That's what my weekend was reviewing this information.
So is mine.
This should not even come to a vote tonight. We should not even be touching this. There's several reasons. No official notice was given to the property owners. This is a small community. I think they at least deserve the courtesy of having a heads up that a trail was gonna be, a big public trail was going in behind them. That's inexcusable, unethical, I'm sorry that that happened. No advance notice on the terms of the sale. We got an email from you last Monday. You said, I'm putting this on the agenda and I'm moving money.
No, I didn't say that. I said I was going to put forth a budget amendment.
A budget amendment and vote on this. We had 6 days to drop what we were doing and go over this. I called you, we had a private conversation about this. We should not be voting on this. The terms of the sale, no attorney review or summary was included with this. That terrifies me. This is a huge liability. This is huge. No clear description of what we are getting. We are getting Exhibit A. There are no parcel numbers. The cost of surveys, the cost of soil sampling, the remediation, there's no outlay, there's no outline. We hadn't even determined what kind of trail. We should not even be voting on this. This should not even go to a vote.
Okay.
I think it's inappropriate for this to go to a vote.
Is there anything else?
No, that's it.
Sure. So I agree that it should go to a vote tonight, with it 100%. We should have the attorneys review it and start going through it. My goal in my email was so that I could have her draw up the PSA so that we could start reviewing it.
We have to vote on whether or not we even want the attorneys to look at
That
this.
is
I know
correct.
that's
Yes,
right.
that is correct.
There's a lot of steps.
So can I enlighten you on the cap? It says, the rail bed at a minimum of 7 feet on either side of the center line of the former track shall be graded and capped with pavement or other suitable material to prevent contact with the surface soil. This cap should have a minimum thickness of 1 to 2 feet. Actual cap design should be developed on a project-specific basis, taking into account specific requirements of state and local environmental regulation. So, there's some leeway there, but
It's not a lot.
thank you.
Yeah, and it bothers me that they're holding hostage these parcels that are in section 14. They want us to release, they said it's too much money for them to release them. The county shows that CSX owns some of this property that property owners say they own. It's not gonna get cleared up. People are gonna have
No,
to go
it's
to
not.
great expense.
Well, no, not without us going forward with this. You're right.
Did I get that?
I emailed the whole thing to everybody. So with that, we're obviously not ready to do anything on it tonight, and we've heard a lot of opinions tonight, which is great. And, but I would move that we have the attorneys start looking at this agreement and giving us their opinion.
I'd second that.
Motion, support, discussion?
What are we asking the attorney
I
to
think
do?
we should,
Just to give their opinion of the contract?
yeah, and what have they seen before? I mean, I'm sure this isn't the first time a firm of that size has seen
Probably.
a railway purchase. We need to be informed on it, and that's the best way to do that, is to get the ball rolling. So I admit, Katie, that I misunderstood what she emailed. So I thought we had 45 days to make things happen. I was totally wrong.
So we have basically unlimited time to
Yes.
make things happen.
Right.
If
The
we
45 days is how long it's gonna take them to turn it around.
Yeah, until we start the 60-day due diligence.
Correct. And then once they agree to it, then it's a 60-day due diligence period for us to get soil, and all that stuff done.
I think, and I told you on the phone, I think at a minimum, there should be a public hearing, so we can hear
Okay.
the input of, there's not just property owners, but all the residents. People should have adequate notice. This was a chaotic, scrambling mess to get people notified and here and up to speed on what was going on. It was chaotic.
That's fine. I mean, I don't think we're required to do a public hearing, but it's probably good.
I think as community leaders and as a small community, we should, yes, we absolutely should. It should be noticed in the newspaper, and there should be a public hearing to talk about whether the people want, how they want us to spend their tax dollars that we take under threat of foreclosure. They don't pay it to us because they like to pay it to us. They pay it to us because they lose their home. We need to engage the public in this.
Do we have a public hearing when we buy a fire truck?
No, but we're not talking about, I think we're going to be talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars at the end
That's
of
what
the
a
day. when
fire
we're
truck
through with
costs.
this. Well, fire truck is health and safety, and this is a trail.
Okay. Just saying, I mean.
I think we need to have a public hearing.
Well, that's fine. I'm good with that.
I think we've had,
Going back to my
we've had a
motion.
pretty good public hearing tonight.
I know there were people that couldn't be here because they had to work and on such short notice, they could not be here.
Well, I wouldn't want a public hearing before we got the answers of the attorney and an evaluation of what soil sampling is gonna cost and other environmental probabilities that we have to do. I think
Because
we
people are
should-
gonna ask those questions,
Yeah.
so we should be prepared to answer them.
Yeah.
And can you be prepared to define what your trail is going to be? I heard hunting, side-by-side, motorcycle.
I can do that right now for you. There's not gonna be any side-by-sides on it.
Okay.
It's not allowed. No motor vehicles of any
Okay.
kind. I mean, except maybe bikes that have
Just the bikes.
electrical.
E-bike.
you know, E-bikes, the hunting would be up to the property line, which would be, it's 50 feet from the center line, all through there, so.
I just wanted to make sure, and I thought the e-bike was a new thing for some of the communities around us.
Yeah,
So I'm just saying, look into all that.
Trails are.
That's all I'm asking.
That's a fair question.
It'd be nice if we could have a big visual chart or, this is exactly what we're talking about. Because if you're new to the area, you don't know where Bergsmith Crossing is or whatever. You don't know where Best Road is
That's
maybe.
fine. That'd be all part of the.
That would be a nice visual if we could have something, so we know we're all talking about the same thing.
I have a request. I work out of the township offices, so I would just appreciate that if someone needs to talk to me, that they do it here, not at my house, not at 9 PM at night. Okay? Much like you guys, I would respect your time, and I wouldn't call anyone before 8 o'clock in the morning, and I wouldn't call anyone after 6 PM at night. I have a family, and I'm asking that is respected, okay?
Yeah, I apologize, Julie. I meant to say that earlier tonight.
Okay.
Well, then the board needs to respect that too. The board needs to respect the time. Alex is notorious for calling early in the morning, Sundays, whatever.
I'm talking about
call on-
someone
I call
showing
you
up
on
at my
Sundays?
house. I'm talking about someone showing up at my house, upset over this, which they have every right to be upset, but not at me, not at my house, not by myself, where I'm by myself with my children.
Okay. Yeah,
You're officially trespassing, and I do not. I was alone. I was very uncomfortable. It was 9 PM at night. Not okay.
But just on that same note from the other side, I was here twice with people standing outside here wanting to get in to see you, and they didn't know what the hours were. Nobody was here, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know what the hours are either, but if it could be posted what your hours are, and if you have to run out for lunch or whatever, put a note up, be back.
I can do that. I'm here,
Yeah,
I'm here Tuesdays and Thursdays all day.
I was just happened to be here when I was at the Historical Society, and these people came and asked, and I didn't know, but I'm just, to clear it from.
I don't work Mondays, I don't work Wednesdays, I have another job and I am there. I am here all day Tuesdays and Thursdays from about 9 to.
I don't know, it's not posted.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I have no problem doing that.
Yeah.
And the whole building, they and you, I know
I
this
don't,
is-
I'm not
I
in
know,
charge
I know,
of their
I know.
hours, I
But
will
this
not,
very
they can post
confusing
their
as an
own.
outsider, you don't know, I'm just saying, that would be
That's-
great.
That's a village
Right.
issue, feel free to
I
contact them
understand.
and ask them that.
And I understand that, Julie, I'm just saying if it could be posted.
I would be more
it
than
would
happy to
be
post
clear.
something in the box over there. I'm just asking to please.
Leave me alone after hours.
Yes.
I mean, that's just common courtesy.
I would like to spend some time with my family, you know? Maybe not do this 100% of the time.
And we just wanna know when you're here.
I can absolutely post something in the box.
Great,
I will
thanks.
do it tomorrow.
And I appreciate that, and that is also personal preference. My work hours are from 6 AM till 9 PM.
Yeah.
If you don't call me during my work hours, you're not gonna get me.
Okay.
So if you wanna talk to me whenever you wanna call, if I'm not ready to answer, I won't answer. My phone is not my, you know.
Interesting, but that's okay, but there's a little handout, Michigan Townships, talking about, meetings and public officials, and it's even talking about, we can only do business during the meetings. The public, however, can interact with the township at any time, going to the offices, phoning or emailing, even buttonholing board members at a grocery store. So we are full-time
Wow.
elected officials.
So
That
at my
doesn't say our
house,
home.
at my house.
Happens
if
at my
I'm
house,
working
happens at my house, Christmas
say
Day.
home. It doesn't say home, they respect that. It's different if you're in the grocery store.
I mean, this is a small community, we all know each other. I'm assuming it wasn't a stranger that showed up?
No, it was someone very upset. And
Well,
I want you-
probably
can you-
understandably, yeah,
So you think that's fair to do to me?
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow. Because I wouldn't think that.
If someone was
I
doing
wouldn't
it
do that to
thinking,
you.
if someone came thinking they could talk to you, did they threaten you?
She has the right to call the police if she feels threatened,
That's
and
right.
you don't have to put up with that.
That's right.
I don't care what buttonhole says, you don't have to put up with that.
But someone comes to you maybe thinking they can talk to you because they know you.
There is a difference between having a calm, civilized conversation and my brother-in-law who lives uphill saying to me, hey, I heard so-and-so at your house yelling at you. There is a difference.
That's when you call the police. That's right.
And my husband, who is the police, wasn't home.
Oh, we have trouble with police.
Okay, Katie,
I'm just making a statement, please.
You
for me.
mentioned, that I call you at bad
You
hours.
do, you
What's your, what are your?
Well, I'm
what
gonna
time?
get a different cell phone so people can only, call me. Don't call me before 9 in the morning, don't call me weekends, don't call me nights. You can
Okay.
do that, okay?
So, just middle of the day.
Middle of the day.
9
And
to
if I
5?
can't, if I can't reach you, if I'm not available, I'll call you when I am.
Okay. I
Can
did
you-
leave you a message and you didn't call me back.
I didn't get the message for a couple days later because that's what my phone did, but.
Oh, okay, well.
Do you have
My
hours you can
apologies.
post?
9 to 5.
Do you have hours? you
Katie's
can
9 to
post as
5.
well?
Statutory hours, yeah, I can post that. The statutory days.
No problem. I can do that.
People know how to get a hold of me. People can get a hold of me.
All right, going back to this thing. Any further discussion on whether or not we should have the attorney to review this purchase agreement?
I mean, I think we need costs too. How are we gonna get those costs?
Which part?
All the costs for the capping, the soil sampling. That was a condition of purchasing. surveys,
Hopefully
the title work, that's what did she
hopefully
say
the
she's
attorney
gonna-
will give us avenues to follow to get those costs. I mean, I'm assuming that that's part of the investigation into this. We gotta know those, the public's gotta know those.
There has to be a quote, there has to be a estimate from the surveyor what it's gonna cost.
Yeah.
Someone that does the soil sampling, we have to have a remediation plan in place, how we're gonna remediate it, the cost to cap the whole thing, if that needs to be done.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of ifs there, and I do have a lot of concerns about where the costs could go, but I think we need to take some small steps to reach the point of knowing whether it is a reasonable thing that we could. I think there's enough support for it that we should pursue it somehow. And I think the attorney thing is a good first step. The capping, that would be a deal breaker to me, if they really would require a couple feet of, well, I don't think it has to only be asphalt, that would be ridiculous. But we don't know if we have to do any capping until we do testing. Maybe we'd be surprised and nothing harmful will show up. I mean, I'd be surprised if there would. 50 years later, really? I don't know. Nothing would bother me, but there may not be anything there that would require some of that. So we don't know until we go a little further.
And then there has to be discussion of who's gonna do the maintenance, who's gonna handle all the complaints, who's gonna be in charge of it, who's the sawyer going through, cutting the trees down. Are we putting fencing up on either side, about signage? Who's gonna be, who's gonna be patrolling it if there are going to be complaints? There's kids out here drinking open containers. It's 2 a.m. Do they call the police? It's our property. Who's responsible?
All right. What was that? All in favor of having the attorney start reviewing the purchase agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Okay. Is there anything else that the board would like to have done before the next meeting? We start getting quotes for soil borings and survey work.
I think we should get the companies, persons that would do those things. And I don't know.
Ask for bids?
If they're interested, I'd tell them that we haven't bought it yet, and so we don't know. Depends on what we get back.
Yep. Trying to figure out the costs that would go into this.
It'd really be nice to find somebody somewhere in Michigan that has done it. And if it's a township or whatever, and say, they did a mile and this is what they came up with and this is how they did it, it would be really nice to read that.
And Charlevoix just finished theirs off.
I don't know if that was
For the
a real,
golfers.
I don't know if that was a real trail or a real situation, I'm not sure. I would
You
think
don't
part
even
of
know
that-
the spec of how often the sampling would have to be.
Yeah, I do know that, it'd be 22.
Oh, did they tell you that?
22, yeah, it's, two per mile plus.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
2 per mile, so it's.
I'm sorry, no, it's
No,
20
20
per mile plus
20.
the extra 2, cause it's 1.15 miles. Yes,
There's very explicit instructions how that has to be done.
yep, they've got it really laid out really well.
I can reach out to Charlevoix, East Jordan, like the township around us, and ask them if they've done this and who they've used.
Okay. So, okay with everybody if she does that?
What was that? I didn't hear it.
To contact the other townships and ask if they've done anything like this before.
I think any contacts we can make that don't cost anything at this point would be great.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether we can get some ideas of cost of surveys, proposals on these soil samples.
Okay, so.
I don't know who to call for soil sampling, but.
And I think we should make direct contact with the property owners that own the property, that got the easements, so that we know if it's worth moving forward. Because if one of them says no,
Yep.
It's a game changer.
And I think that's gonna happen, I'm pretty sure. So anyone that's gonna access it's gonna have to go to Best Road and go right or left. I can see that happening very likely.
That's what we need to know.
You have multiple owners.
There's
They all have the
seven
right
of
to
them.
do, they all have the right to do that.
Yeah,
I
there's
respect-
7 of them.
I respect private ownership.
And Jesse owns a quarter mile of it. He's by far the biggest chunk.
Size doesn't really matter, 'cause one of them stops.
Well, as long as you have half of it.
Oh,
But the county shows CSX owning that.
Okay, but everything
So you can ask them for permission, but technically it's on file that CSX owns it.
Right, but if the deal went through, the paperwork would all be filed, and then those homeowners would own up to the center line.
In section 14, yeah.
So if all this stuff went through, how would, what would they be their take on it? And would they be open to keeping it open? I've talked to Jesse multiple times about it, and his concern is Huntington. Yeah.
I wonder if it would be worth contacting those property owners before we even ask our attorney to look at it, because if they're not, then we're just wasting our time.
That's true. Yep, that's fine.
So you gonna handle that?
I'll get with all 7 of them. Yep.
Does that 7 includes the whole length? Or is that just this?
No,
up
that's
to
just
Best Road?
the ones that actually would have,
Oh, I'm sorry.
have title
Yeah.
to the property.
Okay.
There's gotta be more than 7 that start at Church Street and go all the way to Best. There's more than
The
7.
village owns that portion. The village owns from Church Street all the way to the edge of Ebenezer. Yes, they do.
Where's the deed?
It says that on the county website.
Nobody's been able to find that deed. I'm telling you, I found the deed that they bought the land for $10 south of Church Street.
The
They-
village?
For $10, and then they sold a portion behind the fire barn to us for
Okay.
$3,000.
Okay.
But I can't find anything that says they own it. I
North
cannot
of that?
find any deeds. No one has ever been able to produce it, find a deed that they own north of Church Street.
Okay.
And so that's that section 14, which is in question,
Uh-huh.
that I believe should have reverted back to all the property owners. So the whole, it could be from Church Street all the way to Bergsma that you're talking about.
Yeah, that would be, obviously, a lot more people.
Yeah.
She specifically mentioned Al Durant owning to that center, which is this side of Ebenezer.
Is it Al?
No, not Al, that's my brother. No, Schweins. They own to the center of CNO.
No, I thought that Sarah had mentioned Al. When she had the graph up on the computer, she had his highlighted.
So that's different than what the county has.
Right.
So they're holding that hostage from recording that at the county, so our county can update their records, is what I'm saying. So these poor property owners are kind of in limbo unless they wanna spend a lot of money to get what's rightfully theirs back. And then Brian Graham filed a 20-page document in 2020, and he listed all these sections where that was abandoned railroad. So that was filed in the county, but that did not release the easements on those properties. So, yeah, you're talking all the way from Church Street, all the way to whatever, not more than it's more than 7.
Well, yeah, no,
I guess that's one of the questions that I had is, at what point do they call abandoned? You know, she used that terminology as well. She said abandoned several different times. And at what point are you calling that property abandoned?
well, they still own it. I mean, that's the difference. That mile, they actually owned. They had a deed to it.
And Jack, they abandoned the tracks, not the property.
Right.
So it's no longer, it's not a legitimate railroad track, but they haven't abandoned the land. So it's abandoned rail. From Manistee to Bayview was abandoned in 1981. They filed the claim.
And what does that word mean besides the tracks aren't there legally?
Right, you tell me. I don't know.
And who's
There's
paying
more.
taxes on that?
They have,
They pay
But I thought you
taxes.
just said from church up, you couldn't find
Oh,
who
that-
owns it. Who's paying taxes on that? That-
Possibly the village. Possibly the village, but there's no deed to support it. The village has a little tiny triangle. Like, if anyone can tell me with 100% certainty who owns what, I will listen. I've talked with the county, I've talked with our attorneys, I talked with equalization. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So there's no taxes being paid on that little portion?
The little portion the village is paying, and the village might be, well, the village doesn't pay taxes, I'm sorry. The village does not pay taxes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so there's no taxes being paid. And some people have Paramarquette Railroad, which was I think the predecessor of the Chesapeake in Ohio. The deed they gave us was from 1896, and I'm not kidding you, it was filed in 1776. That's what it says at the county website. And so that deed gives them claim to section 11, but it says nothing about 14.
And a map wouldn't help you, because the historical society might have it all.
I've looked at old plat maps,
Okay.
but again, it's this chain of title.
Okay.
Where are all these deeds? They have them, but they just don't wanna pay the money to file them. So,
We own property that now Gary Strange owns, it's
Yeah.
one of the properties.
yeah,
And we had two, evaluations of property lines.
yeah,
Surveys
surveys, yeah.
done. Both were different. The people on either side of us
Yeah.
had property, and again, they moved the stakes again.
Yep.
And it's all from the railroad, because the property was laid out from the railroad, not from the road, but from the railroad.
Yeah.
So we got these screwy property lines that are like pies, pie shapes, and
Sure.
and they're all different. And when they did them, they took the information from different years of when the railroad did an assessment. And so depending on which one they looked at, that's what the people doing the surveying based it on. And I have no idea what the property is.
So Jeannie, your property is being held hostage by this railroad company that doesn't wanna file the paperwork to straighten it out with you,
Exactly.
because it's costly.
But they want us to straighten it out.
They want you
And
to
pay
file
for
a
it,
deed.
yeah.
Yeah, I think at the minimum, they should be doing that before we even negotiate. I mean, that's not fair to all these property owners who are up in the air and in dispute. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
All right, so the first step then is to figure out who owns from the Fifth Street Village.
Who owns what?
Who's on first?
A title search, I mean, yeah, you tell me, it's just a dumpster fire, in my opinion. You just pick something and extinguish it, because there's,
There's a lot out there.
we don't know the cost, we don't even know if this is a good deal, we don't really know who owns what. Yeah, you can go through all this process and find out you got a couple property owners that say, no, I don't wanna do that, and I don't blame them, and then now you have a trail where people have to go down to Best Road and park their cars on someone's property and go right and left, and that doesn't make
Well,
any
it's
sense.
it's 100 foot wide, you can put a parking area down there. All
Have you
What
right,
was
consulted
that?
with like the
The
executive director
property's
of
up
the
100
TART
feet
trail in Traverse? Because I'm sure they had to go through some of these obstacles too.
Jay, 100-foot wide parking on Best Road?
No, the property, so you have the rail system, and then you have 100 feet on either side of it that they
That's
own.
50.
50 feet on either side.
So that, but it's
100
only, the
feet.
raised part, the flat part's only what, 8 feet, 10 feet?
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah.
8 feet, 6 feet.
14 according to this cap.
No, it's not, have you been back on it? Yeah, did you think that was 14 feet? I didn't,
But,
No.
no.
A little bigger than this.
Well, we have to cap it at 14.
well, when this says all that, whenever you do a property transaction, you negotiate. So if it says 14 and we take a tape measure back there and say, no, this trail is only 9, we'll say, you gotta change that to 9 instead of 14.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's a process, it isn't just a, just to take what they got. It's a process, it's all a process, and we're starting that.
And why, you know, I understand because Alex went ahead and got a hold of them, but why would those people wanna hold that property? Why do they wanna hold all that? The whole stretch just makes no sense to me.
What
They're
are they
paying
gonna do?
$400 and some taxes every year. I looked it up, $497 taxes. And it just is, they let trees fall over on it, they just don't care. The railroad trestles are caving in, it just goes on and on. I mean,
And they get away with it.
and they're gonna come up and police it?
They'll come up and, build a fence or a blockade, they can do that without policing it.
When they're here, they can put up a new fence along the edges too, so that we can, go ahead and let cattle graze where they're supposed to. It's just crazy to me. The whole thing is crazy, but when I read that document, I thought, oh my goodness, what in the world? I mean, with those kind of stipulations in it.
Imagine getting equipment in there to widen this out and to bring it up, and that doesn't matter, that's not the point right now.
Babbling brook.
Okay,
All right.
yep, move on.
All right, so we're gonna try to figure out who else there. I'll make a motion that we, talk to a title company to see what it would cost us to do the title search on that.
From Church Street to Bergsma.
Okay.
Make sure it's free and clear, there might be issues with the title. You hit a snag and now all of a sudden we've got all this other money invested that is, what do you do? Do you remember, Mark, when we had to go to court to get the day park back?
Yeah.
Donna and I had to go to circuit court to get the free and clear ownership on the day park before we could proceed, because we found an issue with the title, and there was potential that we were gonna lose the township day park on Lake Michigan. So we went to court and we had a judge award it to us.
How long ago was that?
12, 15 years?
Yeah, yeah.
Just imagine if we hadn't done that, kudos to you.
I'll support your motion.
Property.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on doing the title search, or getting a quote for a title search, to be clear? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That'll pretty well take care of that for a minute, I think. Anything else with this? Okay. Sounds good. All right, moving on to the land combination form.
Okay, I sent you each, and I have extra ones here. The current application for land combination divisions and boundary adjustments has just been proposed to delete anything that refers to combination. And I'll preview this by saying that I met with Rob Engelbrecht and Curtis Bushman, and we went over this, and Rob adjusted the forms, and then he found an example for a combination form. So we would have a separate form just to combine properties, and you have that. It's really simple. A few rules we gotta follow, and you can approve it tonight or take it home and come back next month. Doesn't matter if you wanna look at it.
I have a couple questions, Marv. So you met with Bob. So, okay, where's the zoning signature for this?
For the combination?
Yeah.
There is none. I've
Okay.
met with Curtis as
Okay.
well. He says there's no,
The only, we talked, and, because I was talking to Marv ahead of time, couldn't really think of anything that's a zoning issue. Bob did say, well, a couple of things would be, it's not, that it doesn't cross a section line, and that there's not already a residence on both places.
Yeah, what
Okay.
about dwellings, what about buildings, what about setbacks? And what if you combine?
The setbacks aren't gonna be an issue.
But what if you
'cause we-
combine and you exceed the 1-to-4 ratio? The one
I don't know
before,
how you would-
so what if you combine two parcels and you
Yeah.
exceeded a 1:4 ratio? What if they were long parcels and all of a sudden now you got 1,000 foot by,
Well,
and they were old parcels, so they were split before zoning? What will you do?
we talked, you and I talked a little bit about the zoning, the minimum lot size,
Yeah,
and your concern was, and, that's why we're gonna talk about it at the planning commission. We normally think of a lot as width by length, and normally the width is much less than the length, okay? And your example was, well, what if I have a wide but not too deep, and now I have a 50-foot setback from the road and 35 feet from the back, and I have split my property so that it's 100 feet deep, and it meets all the other, parameters of the zoning, you can go ahead and split it, but now then whoever buys it is gonna be stuck with a piece of property they can't build a house on without getting a
variance,
dimensional variance.
yeah.
So, yeah, that's a separate issue, but I haven't seen that kind of an issue. Doesn't mean there can't be doesn't mean there can't be a line on there, for that. But I didn't see that yet, Marv, but does it have the things that they can't do?
Yep, I'll read it. It says, parcel combination cannot be completed if any of the following are true. There are delinquent taxes owed on any of the parcels. The owners of record for the properties are not exactly the same. The parcels are not contiguous. The parcels are separated by a road. The parcels are in different sections or plats.
Right.
Yeah. You can't have a plat, Amy always told me you can't have a platted parcel combined to a meets and bounds either. So I've got lot
Yeah.
16, and I got a piece of vacant land over here. I have a piece of subdivision land. I can't take a vacant piece of land I bought next to it, so that's another thing.
Right.
Well, I
Meets
had
and
that
bounds.
myself, so.
Yeah,
I read
meets
it
and
on the highway.
bounds, but that's my concern about having zoning just give it a once over to see that.
And I don't have a problem with that. We were just trying to
Yeah.
think of the things,
Because Bob's not responsible for any of the zoning things, and
No.
if we get sued because somebody said so-and-so just did this, and now we've got this big
Yeah,
piece
this
of land with multiple
This doesn't
dwellings
say
on it.
who's checking on it, so yeah, it should go to Bob and to Curtis.
Yeah, and there could be a spot on here
There should
for
just
me
be a
just to
signature
sign
for you to
off.
look at,
Yeah.
it's gonna take you 5 minutes probably.
Oh,
It
no,
won't-
I
it
know
won't be,
that.
yeah.
I'm not concerned about the amount of time it's gonna take
But
me
that
to
was
do
my
it.
concern, I didn't see that on there,
Right.
so I didn't wanna
Well,
approve that until that was added.
And maybe maybe we can put on there, note, for example, residents or, zoning requires only, zoning allows only one residence per parcel. In other words,
What about the ADUs? I mean, so you've got structures, you've got dwellings, and if you just put two parcels together, how is anyone to know? They're gonna be calling you.
that's
Why-
fine. I want them to call me.
Yeah.
Why don't
I
we
mean,
just put it more general, that this has to be approved by the zoning
That's fine.
administrator?
Yeah, that's what I think it should
And,
say.
And they can tell me with the details.
Yeah.
It says that on the bottom.
Yeah, right at the bottom, it says to be completed, it's either approved or
Yeah.
denied by the
Below the
zoning.
bold line.
It's
It's
already
on
there.
there. Okay, yeah.
It's either approved or denied by the zoning administrator.
That works for me.
It says that on that one?
Yeah, right at the bottom, underneath the dark line.
To be completed by the zone. Okay, perfect, yep. But, there were just a few more things. Okay.
Yes,
So
and there's
other
just,
than that,
yeah, for combos, other than that, there's setbacks aren't an issue because they've already, you've already abided, but unless it's a non-conforming piece, but you can still add one to it.
so,
And
But
so
that
then you're
doesn't, that
there.
doesn't make it, that doesn't,
It won't make it more non-conforming, it'll make it less, if anything.
yeah, it won't make it more non-conforming, so that's not a problem, but anyway,
But
from
yeah,
my side of it,
dwellings,
it's
two
still a
primary
no-brainer.
dwellings.
I
Okay.
mean,
Yep,
except
okay.
for a couple of things.
Yeah.
So I think go for it. And you know what? If it turns out there's some things that, if we're getting a lot of these and we should add this to the form to make it better, then we change the freaking form.
It's not so
I
hard.
move that we adopt this form, approve the use of this form for land combinations.
Support from Marv. Any further discussion on it? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same?
So this is gonna get added to the website, forms, under forms and ordinances and stuff? Thank you. All right.
Yes, it would. If anybody wants to, I'd rather read it, I guess. It's a little longer, and, just to double check, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, we'll sit on the division form until next month, unless somebody else wants to, so we can move on it.
On the land division form,
Yeah.
what's changing on that?
We took combination out 7 times.
Oh, okay.
And so.
That's it, I think,
That's
but,
about
I
it.
just
It's a
want to,
verbiage thing,
read it
And
one more
the,
time.
and the fee's correct, so.
Yeah, corrected the fees.
Okay, Toad Lake Road. We got 2 options in front of us, one for $26,000 to put, reshape the grade, place and compact 6 inches of 23A, about approximately 20 feet wide, and restore all disturbed soils. That's for $26,000. The other option out there, is the same length, and, the work would include cutting the slopes and ditches where needed, reshape grades 24-foot width, place and compact 6 inches of 23A gravel 24-foot wide, and restore all disturbed soils. Total estimated cost $56,000.
Pardon me, Alex, did you say that they were gonna replace the culverts too, as well?
On
Toad Lake Road?
On Toad Lake? No, this does not say anything about,
Not that far, Jack, it's just down from Mars.
yeah,
Okay.
it's from Ellsworth Road, Ellsworth Road
To the
to the
seasonal.
seasonal roads, where the seasonal road starts. Basically, the beginning of it starts.
It's not from Essex Road to where the seasonal
No.
goes? Okay.
No,
Okay.
you're right,
No,
no.
not that part.
Who's the bid?
There's just the road commission.
Oh, they gave you 2 different.
It's 2 different options. You can
Both
either-
from the road commission.
Yes, one can be fully ditched and everything, reshape it to a 24-foot width instead of 20. And you're still getting 6 inches of 23A on top.
I would say that there's a farmer out there that farms the land next to the road, and if we spend the money to go to 24 feet wide and make ditches, in a few years, he'll probably come across that area and it'll change it. So I would say the cheaper one.
It's pretty nasty out there in the springtime.
Yeah.
Julie and I both have seen it, and,
The stones, the big stones are sticking up, and they've had ruts down, hitting the axles, underside of the cars.
I was on there on Saturday, it's like quicksand going through it.
Well, wouldn't we need proper ditches to keep it drained? I mean, if we just put a bunch of gravel and reshape it, is that gonna take care of the problem?
Yeah, 'cause it's the road, that's the problem, the sides of the road right now, ditches are not the problem, it's not washing, it's the hills are very, not steep slope, and the one that is a little bit steeper is very short, and there's not, I've never seen erosion problems on that road.
even when I was at the road commission meeting today, Bert, we talked about this just briefly, and he said that's probably what you should do, is just put some more gravel on it.
And you trust Bert?
That's what I got. I'm just telling you, that's what the engineer manager has said about the project.
What does that last paragraph mean
Oh.
for us as far as?
There's $42,000 between last year's carryover from the road commission and this year's allocation from the road commission. So it's $42,253 for any selected projects within our township. So we've got 280 in the fund right now, the road fund, plus that 42 puts us at 320 and some change. And we've got 250 of that, I think, allocated for 6 Mile Lake. So there's about 70,000 left in there.
That was like 258.
Okay, 258.
Yeah, we have 280 in the road fund, so basically doing that and this, and what are we getting from the county, what did they say?
42,000, which is not more than enough to even cover this.
And that's it, and I got a call about Primor Road, I told the gardeners to come to our meeting and talk. I didn't speak with them, but I told them to come to this meeting and talk about Primor Road, so I'm not sure what's what with Primor Road.
When he called me, he told me it was fine. So he may have told you something else.
No, he wanted to talk about it, I don't know.
He asked me where the road went, if it went past his home. If it went up into the
Okay,
woods. But
he had some
didn't-
questions
yeah.
about the actual location.
Yeah,
Okay,
he didn't
okay.
ask me about improving it in any
Okay,
way.
okay, good to know.
Greenmore Road's in pretty good shape except the trees.
Yeah, just gotta cut those back, yeah. Call the road commission.
You did.
I bet you did. I'm sure you did.
And we also used a chainsaw.
Anybody wanna make a motion on Toad Lake Road?
I'll move we do the
26,000.
one.
I'll second that.
All right, motion and support. Any further discussion? All right, if not, we're talking about the $26,000 option, just to confirm. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, the same.
Didn't we already do the old Dixie Highway resolution?
Yes, we did. Mark pointed that out to me too. I failed to take that off. I apologize. Trash can at Township Park.
So it was a little more, I did not buy it. The actual trash can is $5.29 with that domed lid. It comes with a locking mechanism on it. The extra piece to buy to mount it into the ground so people can't steal it is $89. Bringing the trash can to $6.18, and then $394 to ship it.
Oh,
I looked into where they were located and if I was going that way, cause I would pick up the stupid trash can. Cause you've got to be kidding me, but I'm not going to Illinois anytime soon.
Or China?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it brings the total of the trash can to $1,049. I looked for a trash can, I looked around. To have a steel one with a lid that people can't shove stuff into, our options are very limited, and we need something out there, because they're putting trash where it doesn't belong.
They always do.
But if you have a can,
But we-
hopefully they will use
Katie,
it.
you remember going through this for years and years? You put a trash can out there and it gets too full and people bring their household garbage out
And then
there.
it's overflowing and it's all over the ground anyway.
Yep,
I'd say.
and if you don't
Yeah.
have one and you ask them to take it home, then some people don't take it home and they throw it around.
Mhm.
And
It's a no-win deal.
It's no win. You just,
Well, then we're better off removing the bathroom too, because we're not gonna be able to get anyone to pump it, because that's where people are shoving their trash, is down the
Shove
toilet.
In the toilet?
Yeah, so then your service won't come and pump it because it ruins their equipment.
course.
So,
I think we should get a 55-gallon drum. We have several. I'll donate that. And you can buy those lids. I mean, it's not in the same league at all as this, I understand, but it'll cost us less than $100. Those lids that fit right over the top, and it does have a spring-loaded lid. We can bolt that to the ground somehow. I mean, nobody will steal that
Brian,
one.
yeah, Brian
They
already.
won't care about that
yeah.
one. And if they take it, we have more.
And Brian already said he had ways to do that. Like,
Okay.
we didn't have to, I know Alex mentioned if I could talk to, Mullador to see like if his welding class could even, could this
well, you
put
could
schools over.
chain it to a tree or a post or something so it can't be moved. And
Yeah.
instead of the spring lid fastener, you can put a bolt in it so that they got, at least have wrenches to take it loose.
I'd be
just
game for
meant to
that.
say- You know those kind of lids, you see that go on 55, they have, they're domed and then they have a spring-loaded little,
Yeah.
so that rodents can't, coon can't climb in them.
So, are we gonna start with that for now then?
Yeah, we should shop, I'll shop for that lid and report back.
Okay.
I mean, we could approve something so that we could move ahead, because if we wait another month, we won't have it for the season.
We approve like $100 or?
Yeah, if it's more than 100, I'll pay for it. The lid might be around $100 by the time we get it shipped, but that's not that's UPSable, so it won't be so bad, and it's not heavy.
Yeah, they added in dock fees to have someone take it off the truck.
Yeah, those commercial garbage cans are ridiculous.
Well, the other, so,
So I'll make that a motion that we approve up to $100 for Richard to get a lid and put a garbage can together with a barrel.
okay.
We've got some pretty good looking ones, I think they're black. I mean, if
I'll
paint
support
job
that.
not good enough, somebody can paint it.
We just had some nice ones at Township Cleanup, they got crushed.
I'll support that. So the other thing that's in there,
Hold on, before we do that.
okay,
So, any further discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next.
okay, so I put pictures of the current fence that's on the side of the park. It's falling over and it's on the people's property, the homeowner's property. So I asked Brian, so the first pictures of the broken fence, the second two pictures are, I don't know what order they're in your packets. The second two pictures are of plow damage at one of the cemeteries. The third one is a light pole that he fixed. The storm damaged the light at the top, or the flagpole he fixed. Storm damaged the light at the top, so he went with a solar light that goes in the ground and he cemented it in so people couldn't steal it. And then there's more pictures of the fence that is at the park. And half of it's falling over into the homeowner's property. So I asked Brian to give me a quote to replace said fence, which is also in your thing. For 140 feet of fence. It is roughly $3,000, $3,376. But he would put up a split rail fence versus the poles with the chicken wire.
The only thing, those look nice for a very short time, and then they aren't. I wish we could do something if we need a fence, right?
I don't know.
That's what I asked. Do we need a fence there?
Take it down and it's not unsightly anymore.
That was Brian said the only reason the fence was ever there was so people at the park didn't go on the homeowner's property.
So can we put some decent looking signs like end of township property?
We already did down at the beach, so we could add that at the.
Yeah, just a little row of them every 2 feet or something.
And I hate to see no trespassing signs, cause they're ugly, but
Yeah.
if we could put something that.
Just so people know.
Private property, please
We can do that.
stay off or whatever.
Is that a motion to buy a couple of those?
And to have Brian take down the fence then?
Yeah.
Did we make a motion for him to take all the fencing down at the Catholic cemetery? I don't remember that. It's all in piles.
Did you not get it out of there yet? I've driven past it lately.
Yeah, but I mean, what are we doing there? Are we just taking the fence down?
It
at the
was all
Catholic?
destroyed.
Yeah.
It was destroyed and falling over.
Yep.
And it's got huge holes in it.
And I believe the
The
students
cleanup crew.
assisted with, and got that all out of there and into a pile. And I was gonna grab it and bring it to the scrap for, cleanup day. Just didn't work out with, so, Brian picked it all up and just get rid of it.
The only thing that was still in the ground was the T stakes, which were buried about 8 feet in. They were fun. And the wire was half the wire was missing or had massive holes or was growing into the trees. So same thing, I think it'd be cool to put a fence back, but it's not for what?
Yeah, a fence that's not high maintenance or.
Especially right there,
It's too expensive.
Pummeled all winter long.
Right.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm talking back with this one, but any of them, right?
Yeah.
If we don't need a fence, we.
So we're gonna do.
So you're gonna
a
have to pay
motion.
him something to clean it up, we don't have that
We'll
separate.
need a quote for that,
We don't have a
or just
separate
remove
quote.
it, not replace.
Remove and install, however many signs.
Yeah,
You wanna quote for it?
yeah. What about, what, 3 signs per side, you think, Katie?
Let's say no trespassing, or
Well,
what?
just end of the same ones basically we put
That we put
up
up
at
on
the
the
beach,
beach
right?
to keep
That you
people-
said
yeah.
This is the end of the
Yeah,
township
yeah.
property. I think 3 of them spread across, that should take care of it.
Okay.
Alright, so you're gonna get that quote?
Who made the motion? Or you just asking me to do it?
Like, is anybody opposed to her getting a quote for that? Alright, Porta Johns out there?
I thought isn't that the same thing we already discussed last time? We're gonna do it, right?
We had to have a quote.
Yeah, we need
I
a
have a
quote,
quote,
yeah.
but it's not in here.
Yeah, I got it. It's right here.
Oh, I don't have that.
So at your service is $250?
Yes, I do have that. And they, at your service cleaned every week. The other one cleaned, oh, this weekly, I thought she said monthly. Oh, that. So, and those were supposed to be for ADA specs.
These are 88 ones.
So would we do this just summer?
Yep. And for the time being, to see if it would work, we would put a lock on the bathroom.
May through September?
Yeah. And then, you know, maybe people won't shove trash down the toilet. Maybe. And then we don't have to pay Brian extra to clean up poop. Cause I've also wanted people poop on the floor.
Did you just get the one bid?
No, there's 2, at your
Yeah.
service and
Promotions and
Mosers.
at your service.
So you said you were real happy.
Yeah.
I've used at your service, I'll restate what I said. Not happy with their service.
Yeah, we weren't either, that's why we switched. They are a little less, but it's $35 a month.
To know that it's clean each time, I mean, if you're,
Right, we are.
Well, and Comosers actually was super easy to get a hold of for everything, and they were great at answering the phone and returning phone calls. At your service was really hard.
That was another huge issue we had. When we had issues, it was forever to get a hold of them. Hard. So, I would recommend that we go with the Gomosers.
And this is just to try this for this year to see if it
Right.
works, because we have someone cleaning it then, it's part of the fee.
Yeah, support that. Any further discussion? Alright, then, all in favor say aye. Aye, opposed the same? No, Richard did. I don't have anything with the township website. I tried to look at the, that provider that Donna offered up at our last meeting and really didn't get anywhere, but I didn't try very hard either, so.
Along those lines, can we get an update on how many users we have for this texting blast too?
Sure.
And we're not, I don't know who's sending out the text, but I'm not getting them for every meeting, or, like, I didn't get one for today, or it just says
I sent
PC meeting, and it doesn't say Planning Commission of the Banks Township Board, it just says PC. Someone asked me, what's PC?
So you can only put so many words. So if I type, I send them. If I type out the whole word and everything that it says, it won't let me send it. So then I would have to send 2 separate texts. We can only send so many texts. So that's the abbreviation, and I assumed that everyone knew PC meant Planning Commission. My bad. I did send one for this meeting. I sent it on Saturday. Because I completely forgot to send it Friday.
Yeah, how many users do we have now?
I would have to look at it. I know it went up since I sent the postcards out. We definitely got more sending that out and reaching more people. But I can look.
I had at least one person comment on it at the cleanup day about how nice it was for them to have. Resort Drive, sounds like that's dead in the water. Somebody wants to talk about it further.
Yeah, would you clarify what Jerry was saying about that? I didn't really.
Reese Riley offered up a wedge and repave, I guess. I'm not a road engineer, so I don't know all the terms.
A recap, just a Band-Aid.
Okay, just a recap, okay. And that was, I think, 60,000, I thought it was 58 something when he first sent it to me. Maybe it's 100 all the way to the bridge. I'm not sure.
132,000 is what he said on one of the bids.
That was for Payne and Dolan to continue it to the stop sign, I believe.
I thought it was more, yeah, but anyway.
Yeah, well, to the bridge, it was 180, I think.
198.
198, thanks, Jared. So that, even if we could get the road commission to throw in a third, we're still looking at 60-some thousand apiece, between us, the village, and the road commission. And the village doesn't have that. I don't know what, roads, well, Kyle, you might be able to tell us what roads you guys have approved to patch up?
It's the intersection of Bridge Street and Lake Street.
Okay.
Not sure what other roads. There's a culvert on, I don't know the name of the roads, Elm Street.
Okay.
There were 4 or 5 things where they were
Yeah.
patching and
Yeah.
fixing small sections,
Yeah.
and they were gonna do them all at once, because they're all small.
But to do Bridge Street or 6 Mile Lake Road, no.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna happen.
It's just, the funds aren't there.
No, not there. Well, the township's gonna provide some money.
Well, that's what we were talking about, is
Yeah.
if we could go a third, and a third with
Yeah.
the road commission, that's what the idea was, but, I don't even know if the village could handle 60 grand.
Yeah, they couldn't handle 30.
Yeah,
No.
so. Okay. Yeah, I'm not opposed to using some road millage funds for, roads inside the village. Just gotta figure that out, what's getting worked on, how much to assist with.
What did you say after we just decided, we already committed to 258 out there.
Yep, and now another 26.
This is kind of 26, but we're getting, about 20 left after the road commission's gonna pay for that, so we have how much money? 258, 278?
284 allocated, and we've got, 343 available, so,
And there's about
60 right.
5,000 coming in Metro Act money shortly.
Okay.
That will go right into the fund.
So, did you guys know that if, like Elmer's Pit, is their haul route 6 Mile Lake Road out of town through the village? Do you know? So if,
Well, that's where trucks go, I mean, they've never had to designate a haul route, but.
so either way, even before they had to designate a haul route, if their trucks, so Elmer's uses that path, they're supposed to make sure that no roads that they travel become damaged, right? And I'm not talking about the new ordinance, just or the proposed new ordinance, I'm talking in general. When I talked to Elmer's, they said that part of what they work on is most of their pits, if they try to stay on primary roads, but if they hit secondary roads or the smaller township roads, they work with townships to fix them, because they understand that their trucks could cause damage hauling all that stuff. So is there a way to ask Elmer's, if their trucks go through the village, to put money towards fixing that portion of 6 Mile Lake Road
And Lake Street and Bridge, and I'm sure that.
for the path that they take? He said that they work with townships.
They haven't been one of the companies that's bid on that at all?
I don't know if they put a bid in or not, I don't recall.
Seems like if they were interested in doing that, they should do the work or have a chance at it.
But would you offer something up that's gonna cost you money if no one comes to you first?
No, I think it's a great idea. We should ask them.
Right, it doesn't hurt to ask.
I'll see if I can get ahold of anybody.
Has that bid been already awarded to somebody?
Yes,
Oh.
to Pain and Dolan.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's kind of a, yeah, to get Elmer's to pay for painting and Dolan doing it might be a pain. But,
But if we could get Elmer's to do something about the other portion of the road, it would be worth it.
Mhm. I can call and see what they can do. I'll try tomorrow.
okay. Hey, Alex,
Yes, sir.
are we actually gonna move on to the rest of this agenda? Is it after 9 o'clock?
I think we need to get some of it done.
I think we should have another meeting or something.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, I hate that thought,
Do a
but
special meeting on.
we obviously did.
Anything in particular that you'd wanna have the special meeting on?
Oh, I just don't really wanna be here another hour or more.
That's fine.
And I think the soil extraction ordinance might be lengthy, but we already tabled it last time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have to do the pig roast.
We could knock a bunch of the easy things out first maybe and then see what time it is.
That's fine. I'm good with that.
I don't wanna tackle a really difficult thing again at 10 o'clock.
No.
We didn't do that last time either.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, we'll skip that one. I'm happy to go on for a little bit.
All right, the Atwood Cemetery Main Drive, that, John Hastings contacted me a week and a half ago, and didn't know apparently that we, were hydro seeding that, the middle driveway. Remember when we did that
Yeah,
last year?
and someone drove on it, yeah.
And somebody drove on it, so we
Yeah.
put a, split rail fence across it.
Yeah.
And it made it quite difficult to, put in markers and stuff like that. And, so anyway, I thought, well, what we could do is just, leave the posts and take the centerpiece out, and put a chain across it. And that way they could get in and out.
Just unhook it?
They could unhook it, and they would keep most people from driving on it. It would
Sure.
indicate that it's not really a driveway, but it could be used. Cost a few bucks for a piece of painted chain, I think, from Brian, but, it sounds like that would solve the problem. He requested that we put it back to gravel, but,
Oh.
I don't think there's that much traffic out there, but.
The only thing would be is if they travel it, the tractors have heavy rain.
Yeah,
Big tracks.
it could make big tracks if they do that, yeah.
They have to be fixed up.
Well, we can get quotes to switch it back to gravel, and the hydro seed was a relatively inexpensive option, that's the reason we went that route.
I
So,
think we leave it that way for a while. If it gets ruined, then we deal with it.
then we address it, okay. But everybody good with pulling that one crossbar out and putting a chain across it at the funeral homes can work good? Okay. I'll make that motion. Support, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, the same. All right, floor bids?
I talked to Chet Brent. I wanna take the wood chips and the weeds out, and his best advice, and I went with Chet, cause he worked at Castle Farms doing the flower gardens, was if we did it'd have to be 8 hydrangea bushes, spaced evenly across the front, and then because they'll fill in, they'll be beautiful, be colorful. And then if we wanted to put any annuals, we could for color. And then, he said the tree by the door needs to come out, cause doesn't know the name of it, but he said it's a junk tree. And then there's a tree under the sign that has to come out because it's gonna take over the sign. And then I also talked to Jerry, and he said that he already dug out the houses and the irises along the sidewalk, but they're there again. So I would like to remove all those and just put grass. Kids trample that anyways when people rent the hall. So move the rocks and plant grass up by the sidewalk. It's easier to take care of. And then we could do the same thing if we wanted, but we don't have to, where there is tulips and hyacinths and daffodils that have not been taken care of. And I could dig them up and either just leave it plain with the rocks or do the same thing and get hydrangeas are easy. They're easy to take care of, slow maintenance. I understand I'm gonna be the one doing it, so I would want something that is easy to take care of and it makes the outside of the hall look pretty. So, and if you don't want to, then I won't do anything and I'm okay with that too.
So, you're gonna do all this work?
Yeah. I love flowers.
More flower to you.
Yeah, more flowers
I got the hydrangeas right now, like at Brock's are on sale for $25. I asked a friend, there was a farmer in Kuwait called, it was Lakeview Nursery, who used to give a great deal on plants, but he has shut down. So I will have to order them either online or even at Home Depot. They're $25. There's not a local person who sells them. They'll be way more expensive there.
Okay, fair enough.
So.
We could check a couple places, Care Gardens on 88 going into Bel Air. And then we have some folks in the Antrim County Republican Party that do wholesale plants. I could talk to them right away.
And see if they would give us.
Is there a specific kind of hydrangea you're looking for?
No, the bushes that I looked up get like 3 to 4 feet wide.
Okay.
So something like that, so that way, and I didn't want it too tall because of the windows.
So is 3 feet tall is enough?
Yeah.
3 feet. And how many do you need?
8.
8 across this side. If we choose to do any in the front, we would need 2 more.
10 total ideally.
Mm-hmm.
And so they like acidic soil, they need a lot of water, so who's gonna do all the work? You're gonna come and water them, okay.
I would be. I have hydrangeas at home. I have the stuff for them. I love them. And they're pretty from spring to fall.
Mm-hmm.
So it's easy, it's low maintenance, it doesn't look like that.
But aren't there some you have to cut them down in the fall, and then there's others that come back on the old branch? Don't you wanna check into that? You want the one that keeps coming on the old branch, not cut down, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't want
I
some
agree.
you do.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe.
So I tried that theory.
Yeah, and that's the one you cut down. I did that once and killed mine.
Yeah, I did that too. I tried that theory. There are some you cut down, like the ones at the Catholic Church you cut down. They go all the way, they don't go all the way to the ground, but they cut them pretty far. And they grow back beautiful the following year. So I tried it with mine to see if that would work. It did not. It survived, but I lost a year.
There used to be hydrangeas and some hostas and some other stuff all along this. And I think it just got ran over and neglected.
Donna said she got tired of doing it, and I talked to her about it.
Yeah.
And that it got to the point where she couldn't do it anymore. So she asked if I understood that I would be the one doing the work, and I said yes.
That's why it's been simplified to what it is, with the thought that we could always put something in.
I'm fully aware that I'm gonna have to be the one to take care of it. I'm not suggesting that we do something and then going to hire it out or pass the buck, right? But, and if you guys don't want to, we don't have to. We'll wait until Richard gets some prices to see if he can get some cheaper prices.
Well, I can get back to you, so, I mean, we could
Do it not to
approve,
exceed
right, we could
something.
approve some amount. If you know you can get them for $25, I guess we could go on that basis.
And if you get them, hopefully you get them cheaper.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on getting them cheaper, I was like the thought of getting them from somebody local.
I'd
in
be
our-
good with the
In our
local.
county, if the price is competitive.
Pine Hill prices are double.
Right.
300, 400 bucks. You sound like you needed 10 of them, right? At 25 bucks a
10,
pop, that's
yeah.
250.
Is there anything else in that I kinda lost?
No,
Anything
just
else
that to start with.
needs to pay, cost money,
Just that to start with.
mulch or anything?
Oh, mulch. Need mulch. This would, if I did bags, maybe 3,
Oh, no.
4.
This whole thing? At least 10.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, there's not much
It's not
in
as
there.
big as mine.
How wide is it?
Oh, it's pretty wide.
Yeah.
So those are roughly $3 a bag.
So not to exceed 400.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'll make that motion.
Support. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hold on, just 'cause I saw the sign and I remembered. I had Charlevoix glass out here, and it's not on the agenda, so he took the windows out so he could make sure we had all the parts to order what we needed to order. I didn't get the quote for him that I was supposed to, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But the bigger issue is that that window specifically, do not touch, the glass will fall out. So when he pulled the windows out to check them, the seals on the outside are shot. So nothing is holding the glass in place, particularly on that one right now. And then there's another one over here, when we took it out to take the screen out, the glass is loose. So he was supposed to give me a quote to put sealant on the outsides of the windows to fix them, but I don't have the quote, so,
And it was something that wouldn't have been known until he went to get the parts.
yeah.
Like, there was no, you would have not known that that was gonna happen until he took it apart.
Does that just fall under maintenance and we can
Which
leave
means
it?
the rest of
I
them
think
could
so.
potentially be on the way.
I don't think there's
It's just maintenance on the building, so
So if I can just tell him to go forward with it.
you need to fix them. Somebody's gonna hit that thing and it's gonna fall right outside and we'll be in a even more.
Mark scooched up a little bit, so he got away from the window.
That's why we have the fancy sign on the window.
Well, because you put that sign on there, don't people touch it.
Well, and then I had by the bay glass out here, and I showed Jerry the door up there, the locks at the top from people yanking on the door. So there's a screw at the top that the door has to latch into, and the screws are too short. So he said if we could get longer screws in there, he tightened them, but he said they need longer screws, and if you had longer screws, it wouldn't come out. But then we discovered that the door itself is actually falling apart, which I also showed Jerry. So he gave me the codes off the door and the numbers off the door to call Geldwen to see what kind of warranty the door has and if they would fix it under their warranty. If not, he gave some other options to seal the door off where it's coming apart.
Okay.
It was an expensive door, I imagine the warranty would be covered, but
Do you
they'll
know how-
probably back out of something because of misuse or commercial use or something.
Your dad can remember, do you know how long ago that door was bought?
10 years.
Okay.
You got what you need on that? Okay. All right, Pig Roast Committee. Tina gave us a list, she's the coordinator. The president would be Nan Caravis, vice president Gail Denny, treasurer Patty Drenth, trustees Daryl Fudo, Mary Drenth, and Diane Jolliffe. So I will make the motion that we approve the Pig Roast Committee as presented.
Yeah, support.
Support, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Pig roast contribution, to Tina's point, I don't think we've actually done made a motion to
We have,
do a support of the contribution or contract with the pig roast committee yet. So, I think last year we did 3,000, is that correct, Katie?
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
It was either 25 or 3,000 and we increased it.
I'm pretty sure it's 3,000. So I guess that, I'd make a motion, we do the same, 3,000 again this year.
Or
Support, any discussion?
Yeah, I got a question, I guess. I'm not opposed to the 3,000, but I was at the pig roast last year, the parade. I was in it. And my observation was that there were more people in it than were watching it. Maybe I'm wrong, but is it growing? Is it, you know, is it something that should be continued, or should we think about it's dying out, or it's just some thoughts that I had. So.
Hey Mark, we don't decide that. I mean, you can have those musings, but we're not the pig roast committee, so
No, but
that
we
would be
decide.
something to bring to the pig roast committee.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from them and such, but we do decide whether we support them or not, and that, I think that's pretty major, our support, compared to their budget, so it would be kind of our decision, but. So, I think we just go on, but it's just some observations that I think we need to think about a little bit.
All right, okay, so we got 3,000. Did you support that, Katie?
I did, yes.
Okay, thanks. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. All right, we got the Norwood, Fire Department contract in your packet.
So we can't change anything on this, it's already taken effect.
Oh.
So this is just for you guys to see and approve.
Um,
If you wanna change anything, it has to be done before. There's a thing, it's like 6 months before or something.
It's got an automatic, renewal with with an inflationary,
Yep. Oh, 2 months before the end of the term. That it has to be if we wanted to change something.
Can you build them and send them a summary of what happened? in township?
No, I can't yet, cause it goes till May 31st.
Oh,
So, on June 1st I will.
okay.
all right, so for future reference, we should look at this in like
Yes.
February, March.
Cause this is from 2017.
Yep. If we need to change it. All right, so I move that we approve the Norwood contract and continue on that relationship.
Support.
All right, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. All right. The Charlevoix Library contract, it's a 4-year contract, they, I don't think this is right. I was told by Ryan that they wanted 6,000 a year, not 5.
They requested that last month.
This is-
A raise to 6,000.
Yeah, they didn't send an updated contract, this is the contract we have on file.
Okay, thank you. All right. But with that, I move that we approve the contract at 6,000, it's not 5, for the next 4 years.
That's 6,000 a year.
Yes.
And the penal fines, we often talked about the penal fines too, 60% of the penal fines.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. And then we got the Central Lake Library. Is this the same one on contract, or is it the same one on
They
file?
did not send, it's the same one on file, they did not send one even.
All right, so they're asking for 2,500 per year. Move that we approve that one as well.
Is this a 4-year?
Same deal, 4 years.
Support.
Okay, Mark supports. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. All right, we do have a spot on the planning commission opening up, at the end of June. Anita Huxma, Anita Huxma has said she does not want to re-up. Travis Chellis is interested in the position, and I would, make an appointment of Travis Chellis to the planning commission.
Support. Second.
Okay?
I don't know, is that gonna be awkward for you, having, you might have to make decisions against your husband? and-
Nope, not at all.
Does it every day.
I do. Who made it, who supported it?
He made it, I supported it.
And so we have different areas of the township represented in different areas of commerce, whatever. Do we have a lakeshore property owner?
We
right now?
don't. I don't know of them.
We need I think we need riparian property owners
Yeah.
on that board.
I can appreciate that, and I've had the same thought, but I don't have one. I've made it known a couple months ago that we need somebody for this board, and I have asked around and haven't gotten anybody to be interested. If you have an idea, I'm all ears. But, no, I will say that Travis and Julie did at one time live on a lake and a small lot, so they do have experience with that, even though they don't currently live on a lake.
I heard, and Patty can verify or not, that Anita hasn't been to the last couple meetings.
Correct.
And so I don't know, if we appoint him, can we move him up to immediate, or is that the
I
next
could
meeting?
just ask her if she'll resign, and then she
Yeah.
would come to the June meeting as the chair.
I mean, if she's not gonna come anyway.
Well, yeah, that's a fair point.
So what's your profile anyway? How many farmers do you have? Plus Travis is pretty savvy in the, law department too, so that's handy to have.
On the planning commission, I'm the board
Yeah,
representative.
you're the board representative. Frank Hersha is one. Patty House is not a farmer that I know of. And Tyler, he's a contractor. So Frank's the building inspector. So you'd have two farmers on there, but no riparian people, to your point,
When are the other terms up?
next year. June 30 of 26. There's two of them.
So it gives you a year to find one.
Yeah. Yep.
You can start looking now.
I ask and people, I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna get, I don't wanna be on the A board. I'm all, so anyway, any more discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same? Okay, and then to that as well, Jeff Cook has resigned from the ZBA, so I'm trying to find somebody for that. I've asked multiple people and haven't had any luck, so if anybody knows somebody that might be good for the ZBA and wants to participate, I'm all ears. It's not a big deal. The attorneys even write up kind of your options that you can look through and pick one. You know, whatever you feel is right. You don't have, it's maybe one meeting a year. So if anybody's interested, please let me know. All right, MTA membership, let's go back to that, because you asked about it. What do we want to do there? What, 2,000?
Yeah, the annual dues is $2,185,
And then you got the legal defense fund thing, right?
which is optional, but yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that is an extra $65, so your total dues would be $2,250.
And the rest is just like online training?
If you wanted, so, yeah, if you wanted online courses, but they offer like the one, did you go to that yet?
It's Wednesday.
The one you guys are going to, you and your dad, was a special that they offered, so, and that was in person, so they do offer quite a bit of specials in person, and that wouldn't have counted towards the deal.
Okay. Well, I move that we approve the 2250.88 for the
The dues.
dues and legal defense fund
Legal defense.
contribution.
Yep, I support.
Okay. Katie supports. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed the same? All right, it's 9:40.
Go ahead, we can see how we do.
All right. Well, the soil extraction ordinance is before us from the planning commission. They've put in all of the recommendations that the township board sent to them in November. That's where we're at. We need to either approve it or send it back.
So, in it where they talk about the haul route, the way it reads is that anybody along that route, you have to have a haul route designated.
Mm-hmm.
So, if the haul route goes down Atwood Road, and, right, that's the designated route, and if a gravel truck of some sort, don't know where it comes from, but goes by your house, and you don't like it, you file a complaint. The minute that complaint is filed, their permit gets pulled, right? And how do you prove that that truck came from, which pit that truck came from? You're looking it up.
I'm looking it up. I don't have it printed in front of me.
I don't know either. And then there was another part where it talked about water. In order to protect water wells and the water supply of the Banks Township, the pumping or draining of water from such mining operations and or dewatering is absolutely prohibited. They need water to wash the aggregates. So how are they going to do that if they can't pump anything?
Dewatering, I believe, indicates taking it off the property, but we could get a legal opinion on that. So they would still be able to perform all that activity.
And then even in the fee, there's no set amount for fee, so it makes it sound like it's just, it is what the township says, right? But there's no cap on that expense. So the person going into it, you know, if the township says we want $20,000 here so we can do our research, well, does it stop at 20,000? Or are they allowed to add more than 20,000? Is it gonna be up to a certain amount? Like it's not, it doesn't say here. It just says if they don't use all the money, it'll go back.
Why would we cap it? Why would we eat the cost? Would the taxpayers eat costs above and beyond, or would we just stop doing research? Why would there be a cap?
I
Can I
guess-
speak to that, Julie?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
the intent of that was, the fee would be determined by, like, what, parties would need to be part of that. Do we need legal, do we need, geologists, what's required for that? And that fee would be determined by what, consultations are required. So that's why there's not a cap, if you will, or a top limit. It's not up to the township to eat that fee, it's the onus of that would be upon the burden.
Which that makes sense. We're using the taxpayers' own dollars to fight them from doing something. It is what's under our soil, right? It is there. And if it's a way for people to make money, because you're not gonna make it farming these days, that's really hard. I know that firsthand, and I don't have nearly the operation that he does. We seem to have made it harder, like where it says, like, we legally, by law, by state law, we can't stop you from gravel mining.
But this ordinance made it really hard, or it makes it really hard. There's a lot of wording in it where, so, the health, safety, and welfare, how is that decided, right? Because anyone could say, the sand bothers me, the dust coming off, it bothers me. I mean,
Well, there's standards for that, of course, and those standards are set by, like EPA or, you know, the Department of Natural Resources, or those standards are already established.
well, right, so if they are, and you have a pit, and this is before this, if you take our, and I didn't read through the other ordinance, I just did this one and then I made phone calls. Like, they have to have a paved drive going in to help cut down on the dust. Do they have to have the berm so high, cause it helps cut down on the dust, you know, this isn't, I don't know, from the people that I talked to, and I called a lot of people, from big companies to small companies, you can still gravel mine if you can get through the first few steps. It's really hard, right? So if they jump through all the hoops and they do all this, and that's what he said, so even so for your point where, okay, well, we don't wanna use taxpayer dollars, which I understand that, to do the research to find out if someone else can make money on their property. Okay, but what if that amount gets up to 100, 200, 300,000? When does it stop? At what point does it stop? And whether it's the township or the homeowner says, I can't do this.
Well, a couple things. One, I just want to remind you that the board already voted to approve this in November. So why it came back to us was tweaking for formatting and language, which legal counsel advised, we implemented those recommendations. Our planning consultant advised, we implemented those. But when you're talking about the last proposed one that we entertained or that we reviewed was 180 years. So that's a very long-term generational legacy kind of project that there's going to be a long-term cost with that. So we felt that it's fair for the onus of that. We don't view it as a fight with them, fight to prove, or that if they can meet this criteria, they're welcome to commercially mine aggregate off their property. But it's still up to the township to ensure that there's that there's no very serious consequences to neighboring property owners, that my property isn't devalued by that process. And so it's big, it's hard, but the current ordinance that's before you has withstood, it's been tested in court and approved by 4 judges. So, I mean, there's not a lot of exposure there. And if you're asking us to approve a 150+ year thing, there has to be measures in place to ensure, you know, we can't know what's gonna happen 10 years from now. So we just did the best that we could with the information that we had.
And I get that, but even like with the haul route, you know, what if someone does complain and says, and I'm not talking about what Marv brought forward, because I wasn't here for that, I'm talking to anyone, right? Anyone comes and they brings it forward, and the whole route states that if I don't like that truck driving by my house, I can complain, and that pit will get shut down.
I don't think that's true.
That's the way it reads, though.
Yeah, that's what it says. I mean, there's other places that say the same thing. If somebody's bothered by some part of the operation, it gets shut down. And so this ordinance, this amendment is written to prohibit gravel, because no gravel company can operate that way, that if somebody is emotionally, decides that it bothers them, it's shut down. There's no business that can operate that way. I mean, the zoning enabling act says an ordinance shall not prevent the extraction by mining of valuable natural resources from any property unless very serious consequences would result from the extraction of those natural resources. Well, if somebody is bothered by it, is that a very serious consequence? No. But it shuts it down, so it's a violation of the zoning enabling act, clearly. And so to put that in our ordinance, I mean, you can, I understand the attorney said that it's been been upheld by a challenge, but the letter that we got with this ordinance, it says, however, this is from Peter Wendland. However, the case did not specifically address Metamora Township's police power soil removal ordinance, which Banks Township has used as a model for its proposed ordinance. He says it has not been court tested. That's what he just said in the letter.
Police power or the ordinance?
The police power
The
and the
police
ordinance are
power.
two different things.
Yeah, those are two different things, Mark.
Yeah, and they shouldn't be. You have a police power and you have an ordinance that deal with the same thing, and you get contradictions, and you get differences, and so how can a judge or an attorney, or even especially an applicant, determine that when it says two different things in different places? He says in here, it would be preferable and appropriate to find a spot to place these regulations within the zoning ordinance amendment itself. We should not have a police ordinance and a zoning ordinance. It should be one place. And part of the proposed amendments in this application are to move a whole bunch of stuff from the police ordinance and put it in the zoning ordinance. And that's where it all needs to be. And he says at the end, finally, to the extent that some of these definitions may be best utilized in the zoning ordinance, given that it is better to transfer the regulations under sections such and such to the zoning ordinance, he moves them there. We gotta get rid of the police ordinance first. It just has to. You can't have two laws in two different places that say two different things, and then one gets amended and then they contradict each other. Now this ordinance is just, it's impossible for an applicant, practically impossible. Technically, is it? No, you're right. It technically could be followed, but practically it can't be.
Procedurally, I don't know now what if you wanted to go back to the planning commission, of course, that's your reasonable request. But you would need I don't know what you do procedurally because you already did approve it. The board already approved it. So that, I don't know, I'm too new at this. But if you do send it back to or undo it, whatever you do, and send it back to the planning commission, I would ask that you would have very specific directives. Because this has been on our agenda since September 2023.
And you're done.
And we don't have to be done, we want it right. We
Well,
wanna
like,
get it right.
even in the stripping part, where if you read the stripping, they say annoying. If the machinery is annoying, well, that's a subjective word. I could find anything annoying.
Right, which, I mean, there's very specific hours of operation, it can't be on the weekend.
No, they're talking about the noise of the machinery. If
I
the-
understand, but I know what doesn't make noise. I mean, it's measured in decibels and things like that.
But
so-
my concern with that is, because it just says if the machinery is annoying, and they're not talking about the hours of the operation, just the machinery itself, because and I get that, the machinery has to be kept up, right? And if it's not, it's gonna be loud, it's gonna be clunky, or, I don't know, right, maybe they didn't fix an exhaust on it. But it doesn't say any of that, it just says the machines that they're using cannot be annoying. Well,
Unduly annoying.
unduly annoying.
It's above and beyond just a fly.
But that's that's open to interpretation, right?
A reasonable person, what would a reasonable person consider it annoying?
You had an ordinance you guys did once, the first go round of the nuisance ordinance,
and it started with, this was my favorite, because there was stuff on there for like dogs barking, the radio, phonograph, lawn mowing.
Lawnmower.
But what it started with was, if anybody of reasonable sound mind finds it annoying, they can file a complaint. Well, how are you gonna prove someone's not a reasonable sound mind? I could be mowing my grass on a Sunday and they don't like it and they complain and I've just violated. It didn't pass, but that's my point. It's not,
Yeah, so, yeah, check that out.
So then I, too, some of these proposed amendments that are in here, I'm just looking at, section, page 12, what's the section number?
Patty, I wasn't here, so I'm just trying to understand. That's all. I'm not,
Yeah, no, this is not a small thing.
oh, I get that.
When you're gonna alter the earth for the next 180 years.
Could I speak to that 180? I did
100
not,
plus.
I did not want to know how long it was. I did not want to know what was there, what the possibilities were, but the township forced it. They said, if you're gonna apply, you have to do borings, you have to tell us how much is there, and you have to estimate how long it's gonna take. So it's a catch-22. The township says, you have to do this, and then you go and do it, and the township says, that's terrible, we can't do that. And if it's if it's a problem, there's a solution. You give a permit for 50 years or whatever your,
Agreed.
a reasonable amount.
Mhm.
But to keep harping on this 180 is unreasonable. But let's go through some of these. It's just, 6B, side slopes around the perimeter of the site and the banks adjacent to ponded water shall have a slope exceeding 1 vertical foot, shall not have a slope exceeding 1 vertical foot for each 3 horizontal feet. The slope extending into the water shall not exceed 1 vertical foot for each 5 horizontal feet from the edge of the water to a depth of 5 feet. What's the rationale? Why do you need less steep under the water than you have above the water? Does it really make any difference for us to legislate that? How steep it is under the water? And, I mean, we aren't gonna allow pits under the water anyway, so it's immaterial. But
My first reaction to that specific question would be, you have a pit of ponded water, and down the road, as part of the reclamation process, that's still a pond in the area, and somebody goes in it and, it drops right off, somebody drowns. I guess I think that would be part of why that was in there.
okay, but it says in the ordinance that you're not allowed to excavate in any water or produce any pond. I mean, it's illegal in here to do
Aren't those two different
what
things?
Drentz did out here on Essex Road, where there's a pond and some houses next to it. That's illegal. It's not allowed in here. Do we really not want that? We like to have good residential areas afterwards. All existing pit operations shall be at least 50 feet away from the nearest street or highway, right-of-way, or property line. And then the next sentence, if the excavation is closer than 50 feet, the area shall be restored as part of the reclamation plan. It's not allowed, but if it is, it's gotta be reclaimed. That doesn't make sense. If something's not allowed, you're not allowed to do it. So why do you say it's not allowed, but if you do it? So in other words, you can violate it, or what? It's just the way it's written. No new cut or excavation shall be made closer than 150 feet from the edge of the abutting street or highway, right-of-way, line or easement, or abutting property line, provided, however, that the township board may prescribe stricter requirements in order to prevent undermining surrounding property where soil or geographic conditions warrant it. If the township board can prescribe stricter requirements where it warrants it, why can't they prescribe looser requirements where it would make it better? If there's some situation that comes that would make something better, if it was a little steeper or change the distance, I mean, think of this, a pit 150 feet away from the road, and then they go down to get the gravel. Why can't the township allow them to cut that from the road down to the level of the pit for reclamation, so it's a nice slope instead of going when you're done? Why wouldn't we want that? Why don't we want to make it better?
Well, it was the 1 to 3, right? I mean,
Well, that comes later, yeah, but this is 150 feet. You gotta stay 150 feet from the edge of the abutting street or highway right-of-way. But the township board may prescribe stricter requirements in order to prevent undermining surrounding property where soil or geographic conditions warrant it. That's okay. But if it's better to be able to cut some closer to the road than 150 feet, why don't we allow that in here? This is written all to the detriment of the applicant, so that there's no way to.
So who determines whether or not closer than 150 feet is gonna undermine the road? Everybody said we don't trust Bert, so we're not asking him, right? I don't know who would answer that question.
Yeah.
Because then we go back to asking for money for people who understand geology and, can make those recommendations, and then we don't want anybody to pay for that.
Well, speaking of paying for things, if you have an applicant that submits an application that has hired people to do studies or to find information, it seems to me you have to trust them unless there's some evidence that it's fraud or lie or something. But to have in the ordinance that we can charge $100,000, like Julie said, it's in there, to make sure that all their information is correct. That's not right to an applicant to say, we gotta use your money to try and prove that you're lying to us. Even though you're not.
It's trying to prove you're lying.
Well, isn't
It's
that
a
the compliance
confirmation.
with zoning enabling, where you are actually proving you're not gonna cause harm? That's the law. The zoning enabling act says you can do it unless, so if you can prove that you're not gonna do harm. So we need you to spend money to prove that.
But hasn't he spent money if the applicant, not Marv, hasn't the applicant spent money if they've hired a company to go out and do the land studies and give them to the township?
But doesn't the township have a responsibility to make sure that that's accurate?
Yeah, we do. We do.
I-
For the whole community.
I would point out
But-
too that the old ordinance was out of compliance with current Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. So this was our best crack after all this time at trying to bring us into compliance. And we felt that we had a path forward. Yes, the burden shifts to whoever the applicant is to prove that you got the goods. That's true. But if you do, the benefit from that is generational. So I feel like the upfront money is, well, that's my opinion, that it's small potatoes. And the township has a responsibility to make sure that.
So why have the applicant, technically you're asking the applicant to pay for it twice, right? So why not, because he has to prove it on his end,
Right.
and then the township wants money to prove it as well, right, that something's not being harmed. So why not just once? Give the township the money and have the township hire the people.
Well, that's not standard practice. I mean, if you're a mining operator, those are just the upfront or your business, you have upfront costs that you incur.
Right, I get that.
I understand that, but we are asking for them to pay for it twice, essentially. Cause they
Well,
have
what
to,
we're saying is this is what it costs, so if you voluntarily decide that you would like to make application, this is what, it's gonna be costly, that's what we're saying, we're not making you pay for anything. You're choosing to extract gravel, and we're telling you, this is what it's gonna cost you if you wanna come into Banks Township and do it.
Yeah, and
It's
by
your
doing
choice.
that,
It's
we're,
your, so we're being really upfront. This could be really expensive, just like the railroad said, this is gonna cost you an arm and a leg and then some if you wanna buy this trail, cause you're gonna have to pave it, do the soil samples, clean up the contamination, monitor it. This is just how it is.
exactly, so if you do that, if we do that as a township, we're telling the applicant, you're not welcome here because you can't afford
Who's
it.
ever said that?
You can't afford it,
Who
it's
said
an
that?
impossible.
You're drawing a conclusion that doesn't exist.
No, I'm
Sorry.
not, because the ordinance says the township can charge whatever is needed to figure this out. And we already had a letter before us that said the plans were to charge $60,000 to $70,000. And.
That you would get back.
You would? Elmer says you wouldn't. I talked to Elmer's about it, and Elmer says that this would not be worth it for us. We would not be moving forward. There is not that much profit in a gravel pit. You can debate that, and you can say, well, there is more. Alex likes to count how much retail gravel is and do the multiplication and says there's a lot more.
I did it once.
And Marv, do you honestly think you can be objective about this? Do you think you should recuse yourself from this conversation? You've got a lot of skin in this game, apparently. Do you feel you could be a good objective member of this board to make a decision on behalf of this township? Not just gravel owners. This ordinance protects operators from harassment.
Oh,
Our attorney as much said so. He said that. He said this protects you from picketers and harassment. And if you're complying with it, do you think you can be objective on this board to deal with this ordinance?
Oh, absolutely, and I can prove that by asking you to go look at my application. It was designed to protect the landowners, protect the community, protect the roads, and that's how I came into this application, was that I wanted the township to have the benefit, the advantage of gravel and be protected. So absolutely I can. If I can't be objective on this, I can't be on this board because I pay a lot of property taxes. And so I couldn't make any decision regarding millages or anything regarding property taxes,
Don't
so.
you get your taxes back, that PA 116 that you got going on? Yeah.
I wish.
Yeah.
I get a little bit back.
Mhm. Yeah.
So then you go to G and it says, revegetation of the pit shall be started as soon as the first 20 acres are completely excavated and shall progress in stages as the excavation progresses. How do we arbitrarily pick 20 acres? Elmer's out here has a pit that's 40 acres, and they're using all of it. And they haven't reclaimed any of it yet. Is there some room for some reclamation? Well, probably. But it really takes 40 acres to have the different types of gravel if you have all the possibilities that Elmer's have. Why do we pick 20? I don't know. Then it says topsoil shall not be removed from this site. What if there's more topsoil there than is needed to reclaim the site? There's no option.
How do you know that?
Yeah, how do you know that?
By definition, I mean, unless you have.
It says that in here, and I was gonna get to it, but it says, if I remember it right, it says you need at least 4 inches of topsoil on reclamation. And again, arbitrary. Why do you need 4 inches of topsoil? When somebody goes to plant trees, they take, in the past anyway, they take a moldboard plow, a single bottom plow, flip the topsoil out of the way, and plant this tree in the furrow. You can plant trees without topsoil. But regardless, why do we need 4 inches? 3 inches will do just fine in growing grass or being a prairie or being a yard. When people do yards around their houses, I mean, it varies. They'll put varying amounts, but 3 is enough. So why do we have 4? And so then why do we, when you have somebody that has extra topsoil, which I use myself as an example, I farm the field up there, it's got well more than 4 inches of topsoil on it, because that's what grows good crops. And so why do we have a rule, just a blanket rule, you can't remove any topsoil from the site? That hinders the excavation, because then it takes more area, and 20 acres wasn't enough before, well now it takes 5 acres of topsoil pile, so you're down to 15.
Oh, Marv, I can see why we would say that, because if you take all that topsoil off and you sell it all and you just walk away, the township is left with a huge mess, and now we gotta truck in topsoil to do a reclamation. And what do you think it would cost to recontour and bring in topsoil to a 40-acre parcel?
I can guarantee you.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I can guarantee you it would cost less than the property would be worth after you're done. And that's another thing that's in here. There's a
Oh, what did you just
requirement
say?
to,
So you said it would be, so it'd be fine if the property owner left?
if the
And then we
property
had
owner
to-
left and the township was left with the property,
How would we be left with a deed to the property?
well, that was your.
You just said that.
Yeah,
No,
you
I
just
said we
it.
would be
That's
left
what
with
you
a
said.
mess.
I'm
You
just
said
taking
it.
your words.
She said it.
I said we would be left with a mess to clean up, and we would have to reclaim that soil to be in compliance with our ordinance. You're not giving us land.
Well, you
How are we
can't,
gonna-
you
how
can't
are we
go
gonna
clean
fix
it up
that?
if you don't put a lien on the property for it, or own it. You can't clean it up, you can't go on somebody's private land and change their land.
In here, there is a bonding mechanism to,
What was that, an acre?
there's I don't know, 3,000 is the number that comes to my head.
That was Marv's number.
Oh, okay, well, okay, maybe it's not, but I'm pretty sure that was what was in there, but, yeah, I'm pretty sure it says 3,000 an acre, but I'm happy to be corrected if necessary.
I mean, the land, after it's reclaimed, the land is worth, what is it today, 5,000 an acre? 10?
Depending on where you're at.
Yeah. So, there's plenty of assurance to the township that there's enough money there to reclaim the land if it gets abandoned, to just reclaim it and sell it, because if it gets abandoned, then you cite the owner and you take over the property and you put a lien on it, and when it gets sold, you get paid for it. So bonding really is also another burden to the applicant that is not necessary for the township. It's a nice cushion, but it's not necessary.
I think I think you're simplifying how easy it is to get the property from the owner.
Well,
I may be wrong, but I mean.
No, but that's immaterial. The point is, there's enough value there if the owner doesn't do due diligence and care for it, there's enough value there, if you get the property, to compensate the township.
That's if you get it, that's my point, I think it might be more difficult to get that than.
So is bonding then, how do you get the bond money and go reclaim the property if you can't get the property? I mean, it seems
No, I
like it's the same
understand,
process.
is we would pay
but-
someone to fix it up, and then that money would come from your bond.
Yeah,
Just like in an
Exactly.
extreme case of a blight, that we would pay a contractor to go in and clean up, and then we're gonna bill you for it.
mhm. And if you don't pay, if the applicant doesn't pay,
And there's no topsoil there, what
then
would
you
it
put a
cost the
lien on the
township?
property. And then you own the property, basically. I mean, you don't own it, but you have a lien on it to cover all your expenses. And then, down a little farther, any operation which removes the surface soil no lower than a point at least 6 inches above the mean elevation of the center line of the nearest existing or proposed street or road established or approved by the Antrim County Road Commission. 6 inches above the average of the center line road. If you have a piece of property if the applicant has a piece of property and there's a road on one side and a road on another side, what does this mean? You gotta go by the one road or the other road, or the average of them both, or, and why not 12 inches instead of 6? Why is there that kind of criteria put in there? Does it really matter? As long as the slope is, like you said, 1 to 3, does it matter if it's 50 feet below the road at some point? There's roads around here where the property is 50 feet below it. All over the place, but not on here, you can't do it.
Well, are you reading right here, number 3?
Yeah.
So that's just a definition of a stripping operation. Doesn't mean you can't do it. That defines what you're doing. Stripping operation shall mean any one of these things.
Okay.
And so, yeah, that's just defining what it is, and then later in there, it's the rules on stripping.
Okay.
That's the further, the next part.
Can't go 6 feet below the.
Yeah, because then you're, now it's a pit
Yeah.
at that point. So then it has other regulations that are on that. And I'll tell you, I did a little drive around with Dan Drenth in the Hersha pit, before we approved this ordinance, and, I went, and then I took a couple hours out of my day and went down and did a tour with the Elmers folks down by Empire, and drove all the way around the whole pit, and I asked them about the ordinance, because they'd read it. And I said, so what are the problems with it? And what's in there fixes all of them. The piles are not tall enough was one of them. It wasn't the application process that they had a problem with. It was, we need more than 15 feet to put our stuff in. We need, we're already putting berms around these things. Can we, reduce that requirement? Fencing, noise abatement, stuff like that. And those things, I mean, it was 8 months ago, so please cut me some slack. But those are all things that got put in and sent back to the planning commission for their review. I didn't hear anything from Elmer's that said this is too much for us to do. They never said that. They just said that the actual restrictions within the ordinance itself were the problem. So, I've got bullets. And, going back to the whole cost thing of how much we're gonna charge, that was in the old ordinance, right? I mean, it was under that ordinance that the township asked you for $10,000. And, I don't even know what document you're talking about that said it was gonna go to 60 or 70.
You want me to get it? It's in
No.
our minutes, it's a letter from Rick Debo. He said it. He was planning to go to 60.
I think he said it could, if it did, I mean, it would be, it was going back to the math thing of how much gravel and all that mess. This would be what the results would be, how much it would cost per yard or whatever. I don't remember what the math was on it, but if it had gone up to that, you're still looking at a minimal amount is what he was saying. And there was never any intention whatsoever to go above 10 if we could possibly get by. We wanted to.
That's not true. Yeah,
It is true.
Rick Debo had it right in his letter that the intention was to go to 60.
No, he did not say that he intended to go to 60 or 70,000. It was an example of that. You could go to 60 or 70 and it still would be a relatively small amount compared to the total amount that was gonna get taken out of the pit. No, the $10,000 was to make sure that, Jim Hersha didn't have his, problem with his well. Okay, that was one that we wanted to just get a quick double check. And this isn't about Marv Rubing owning a gravel pit. This is anybody having a gravel pit, and it'd be best if you own one, right? You're in our community, you're on this board, you participate in all this stuff and want to be a part of the community. But when somebody from, some developer from Chicago comes up and puts one in, we have no connection to that person, or that entity. Well, they're gonna be like CSX, and that you can't contact them, other than through attorneys and, that's where some of that stuff gets built in to protect in those areas. And down in Metamora, where this came from, they have 4 gravel sites, and one of them, I think there's 4, maybe 5, One of them is in a Superfund site, and that's what this really came from, it was a EPA Superfund site that's totally contaminated. They got a whole bunch of $1 million homes that can't even drink their own water. And that's where the defenses that are in this ordinance came from. And when we found out that our zoning ordinance did not meet the Zoning Enabling Act requirements and was not up to date, Peter gave us two options. Well, three, I suppose you could make your own from scratch, but there was the Metamora option, which has stood up in court multiple times. And you could, do some modifications like this. Like, we don't have to take it word for word. We can increase the size of the piles or whatever, the fencing, the slopes, all that kind of stuff. Or you could go with the way that he set up Norwood, and they actually went and researched the entire area based on borings from wells and stuff that had been drilled in the community. And they said, okay, here's gravel, here, and here. And if you want to put it in there, here are our requirements, and go. If you find gravel anywhere other than these locations, then you have to go through some hoops with the township to establish haul routes and a bunch of other things. So they kind of said, this is what you're gonna do, and you can go for it if you're in these specific areas where we already know there's gravel. But that takes a bit of a study. Again, those are your two options, plus there's a third of just kind of winging it and making something up on your own, which is quite expensive to have an attorney do that. So our prior board approved the Metamora option after having two members of the planning commission, it was three people. So Julie Waterman was a member of both the planning commission and the board, and then you had Donna Harris from the board, and you had Rick DeBold. They were the three that reviewed the options, and then they took that to the planning commission. Again, this was all done quite quickly because we didn't want to have the moratorium out there for very long. So they went through, approached the planning commission with that option. Planning commission took it. We ended up ultimately approving it and then sent it back with those requests from Elmer's. So there have been professional eyes on this thing, and they gave me their opinion, and I am in favor of people doing business, but I would like the township to have a little say in some review oversight, if you will, into how it occurs, because it's going to affect a lot of people in the area.
Well, I'll tell you a story about how many people it affects. Monty's over in East Jordan, they opened a new pit, I don't know how many years ago, it's between Ellsworth and East Jordan. And they had zoning in that community, and they went through the process of applying and through their zoning ordinance and had the public hearings, and the public was very anti-gravel pit, and they had lots of, emotions and difficulties, and anyway, people were upset about it coming in there, and they got it approved, and they started their pit, and they started taking gravel out, and they said, we're gonna find out if we can, how we can be a better neighbor and help the community. So they went to all the houses, stopped at every house that was in the area. I don't know how big a circle they did, but a fairly good sized one, around the pit, and asked them what, if they were having any problems with the operation and any difficulties. And every one of them that answered gave them the same answer. And it was, oh, we didn't know you were already started. And so it just gets the community all upset, and a few more trucks on the road, you've got so many decibels at the property line, and you can't have dust off the property, and if you have these overarching rules, say no dust on the property, why do you want to put a limit on the height of the pile? The applicant, the mining operation is not allowed to have dust off the property. If that pile is 5 feet high or 500 feet high, it shouldn't matter.
Well, it can block people's views, which is why I talked to those guys and said, hey, how about this? What if we went 15, I think it's 15 feet, I don't remember off the top of my head, above the average height, above sea level or of their surrounding properties, so that you don't have somebody put a 500-foot pile right in front of somebody's house.
Yeah, well, they're not going to, because that's an impossibility, but,
I know,
you
it's,
know,
But
I know
for
it's hard to
you,
think
but you
about.
gotta think about the entire community, this is not about the Marv Rubin
uh-huh.
gravel pit, it's about Banks Township and every different topography and every different section of the township that could be impacted.
Right, so
So-
then if you have operation on on a hill, then it has to be less than 50 feet above the average altitude of the surrounding parcels. Well, the hill already is, so you can't have any pile.
No, that's the surrounding,
50 feet
above the average.
above the average altitude of the surrounding parcels. So if this parcel is on a hill above the surrounding parcels, you can't make any pile of
It's
gravel.
a pit. You're going to literally cut the thing down.
You start at the top and you move down, so you can't start. Once you get down there and then into the pit, you can keep going, because then you can make piles, but you can't start. Makes it impossible to start.
That seems like a very specific example.
All of these things are specific.
Like, you can have a parcel that is, only the parcel is the hill. I mean, yeah, yeah, that's fair. I mean, you're right. Until it got cut down and more stuff got taken out. But that still gives you 50 feet, doesn't it? Well, no, I guess not.
No.
I've always been really concerned that this ordinance is, or amendment is really complex and unnecessarily so, and I furnished a much simpler idea to look at. It was actually from Raisin Charter Township, which is in Lenawee County. It's an actual ordinance that they have. And I know I've given you all copies, and I'd like to figure out how we can further consider something much more simple like that one.
Which township did you say it was?
Raisin Charter.
Like
Raisin
grapes
hyphen,
turned into raisins?
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Raisin hyphen Charter Township in Lenawee County.
I mean, I read it, but I didn't know where, do you know when they passed that?
I don't.
Yeah, is it current, is it
Because, I mean,
in
ours
alignment with
was
the
more
current-
simple too, but it's the zoning enabling act changed in between.
Yeah, I would like to know how ours was out of compliance. I've never heard anybody say what
It didn't,
specifically in our ordinance was out of compliance.
it never addressed the Silva versus Ada Township and the very serious consequences, which is the only reason you can stop somebody from pulling gravel out of the property. Is those very serious consequences, and our zoning did not address those or even bring them up. So that's why.
This zoning ordinance is just like, has the similar effect as our solar ordinance, solar farm ordinance, and our adult entertainment ordinance. They all allow those uses because the law says that we have to allow all uses in the township. But practically speaking, nobody's gonna put an adult entertainment in Banks Township. Good. And nobody's gonna put a solar farm in Banks Township. And the rationale there was that it's funded by federal dollars a lot of times with grants and tax abatements and such. But if you look at, I mean, adult entertainment is evil. Solar farm is uneconomical and ridiculous. But gravel is a natural resource. It's a good thing. I mean, we like harvesting out of our gardens or cutting down trees to get wood or to pull gravel out of the earth. It's a God-given gift that we shouldn't be putting this kind of an ordinance together that stops it.
It doesn't stop it.
It does stop it. It absolutely stops it. There is nobody that is going to go through these hoops to get gravel out. It's just not gonna happen.
Hey, Mark, you looked through this, all of this, so like, what is it to start a gravel pit? $500,000, million? What is it? I mean, I'm gonna guess some, young kid that could afford the property probably could not afford to then do that if he needs X amount of dollars up front to start. And I'm talking what you gotta pay the township, and I'm talking about all the machinery that you need to do it. So, how much do you need? I'm sure you figured that out.
Well, I actually haven't, but, I mean, you need a payloader, you need a bulldozer, a scraper, a scale, and an office, and then you need to move all the overburden, whatever that is, before you get to the gravel.
I mean, it's just that you can't be like a lowlife not gonna finish your job if you have to come up with like $1 million to get started. Yes?
Right.
Richard, to your point about the other ordinance, yes, it's much shorter, but I mentioned this to you before. I feel like it's got basically the same restrictions as far as from an operational standpoint as this one does.
Then pass it, so that somebody can do the operations.
But it doesn't meet the zoning enablement act. It doesn't talk about very serious consequences anywhere in there.
Well, the zoning enabling act and very serious consequences says, first it says, as I read, an ordinance shall not prevent the extraction by mining of valuable natural resources. And then the next one, a person challenging a zoning decision under subsection 3, which I just read part of, has the initial burden of showing that there are valuable natural resources located on the relevant property.
Mm-hmm.
So it shall not prevent, and if you challenge it, to me that means to challenge would be if somebody is already doing, I mean, it has been approved, because you shall not prevent it, it has been approved. If they challenge it, they have to show that it's relevant and there is a need for the natural resources by the person or in the market served by the person, yeah. And that no very serious consequences would result from the extraction by mining of the natural resources.
So initially, you would apply and your the zoning, you would make an application, a zoning application to start a gravel pit. And the zoning itself cannot prevent you unless it goes, shows so we say, no, you can't, right, based on our ordinance. Then you're challenging it and saying, no, look, I do have property that has gravel on it. There's this much, to your earlier point, and there are no very serious consequences. That's what that thing says. Is what that paragraph says. If you're coming back to the township, a township that has a zoning ordinance that limits gravel extraction, the only way that the township can say you can't do it is if there are very serious consequences or there is no material. I mean, right. It'd be kind of silly to dig a hole in the material in it, but and so then it goes through 5 or 6 things there, A, B, C,
and
D.
determining very serious consequences?
Yeah, it comes from Silva versus Ada Township, which this ordinance references multiple times, because that's the standard. So the standard set forth in Silva versus Ada, to your point, like how do you know what a health and safety and welfare is? That's it. You use the standards that are in that legal case. They have to be applied, and any and all of the following may be considered. So you don't necessarily have to consider all of them. The relationship of extraction and associated activities with existing land uses.
So you gotta take into account the community.
What's around it, yep.
Around it.
The impact on it in the vicinity of the property. The impact on property values in the vicinity of the property. I mean, so you talk about let's say you built a stupid example, but let's say that there happened to be a bunch of gravel underneath Lakeshore Drive, right? And you wanted to build a pit across the street or like in Abramowski's backyard. That might be in, conflict, that's the word I'm looking for, with the established land use around the pit. I think that's what that one's getting at, right? The hauling routes is in there, and D, the impact on pedestrians, traffic safety, what do we need to do there, if anything? You don't necessarily have to do that.
Just throw up a sign.
Yeah.
So what this ordinance does is it goes way beyond this list, way beyond.
Well, there are other limits on there, yes, but, I think you're probably right in that. I mean, it is, I mean, further in here. Subsection 3 to 5, do not limit a local unit of government's reasonable regulations of hours of operation, blasting hours, noise level, dust control measures, and traffic not preempted by part 632 of the However, such regulations shall be reasonable in accommodating customary mining operations. So, I mean, that's where, you know, the hours, we're talking about that, and the height of the piles and all the normal operations, that can be limited by the township, but not, they shall be reasonable in accommodating customary mining operations, which, again, Elmer said those adjustments would be adequate.
I would disagree with that. I mean, let me get Elmer's in to tell us whether it's,
I drove around with their guy for an hour and a half, and he, that's what he gave me. He didn't say anything about the application process itself. It's 10:30, so, if you guys want to, we can pause on this until next month, or we can have a special
Perhaps
meeting if you want.
we wanna have someone here, maybe we wanna have our new attorney here to talk about planning, zoning, and what's in this, give our new attorneys a chance to sink their teeth into what we're doing here. I think that would be smart to explain some of these things. What's that law and statute you said that one phone call complaint can shut down a mine? What was that you were talking about?
It's in the haul route.
In a haul route, one phone call can shut down a route.
Yeah.
What are we actually trying to do here?
Well, do you wanna approve the,
So it
changes?
came back again, we have to prove it one final time again.
Well,
Approve the amendments. The amendments came back. The planning commission added a whole bunch of amendments to their November ordinance.
right now, it's sitting in there as the full piece of the, police power ordinance and the zoning ordinance. The way it was approved in November, which is the heavy-handed version. The planning commission took it back and modified it to loosen some of the regulations and move some things from the police power into the zoning. And so that's the question, do we wanna do that, which our former attorney said we should do, because some of those things were more zoning oriented and should be in the zoning ordinance, not in a police power ordinance, for legal reasons. So the question before us is, do we want to approve their modifications that they've made and sent forward? Or do we wanna send it back with some other changes? That's where we're at. You know, a full repeal of this portion and a replacement, which is kind of what you're suggesting, would require more stuff. We'd have to.
It would make, if Richard's suggestion, we could take that and say we would ask the planning commission to review this one as an alternative and see what them and the planner and at some point maybe the attorney would come back with it. And your question, does that Raisin Charter Township one comply with the new zoning enabling act amendments?
Marv, I was at that meeting that was approved, you were sitting in front of me. You made no comments. Is there a reason why you didn't bring up any of this at that time when the planning commission was working on it? And when these amendments were approved, I was there, and there was no public comment that was to the contrary. And you were there. Do you remember that meeting? When that was approved?
When
Do you
the
remember
board
that?
approved it in
No, the
like
planning
November?
commission, when the planning commission brought all these forward and made those.
March 11th, a couple weeks ago, about 2 months ago.
Yeah, Richard, you weren't at that meeting, but you did send that
as a correspondence, and so to go down that path, we've been down that path, and the planning commission said that was a no-starter. Unfortunately, you weren't there to support the reasons you chose that, but.
Yeah, do you recall also there was no negative input or any
No,
questioning and?
No.
And there was no.
And at our
comment?
public hearing, we had no public comment, written or verbal.
Mhm.
And with all due respect, Mark, I do believe you may consider recusing yourself from a vote in this. I know you are a wonderful neighbor. You're a great citizen of this community. I have no question of what your intentions are. But I do about the next guy behind you, or another guy that moves in from another community. So it's just it's a matter of protecting the community. I don't doubt that you would do that, but I feel like there's a path forward for someone who wants to mine natural resources off their property for commercial purposes while protecting, you know, the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So, it's,
Well, I can tell you that the former geologist that I had put the proposed plan together would say that this is not a way forward for any gravel operation.
So. I will, you mentioned it, and Patty has mentioned Marv recusing himself, and I did ask Brian Graham about that, and he said there is no conflict of interest there.
Okay, because he does not have an active application,
Correct. If he
but
had
if
an
he does submit application, at that point he needs to.
At that point, yes, he would, then he would have his, then he would need to recuse himself. As far as the actual ordinance itself, there's no conflict of interest, he won an election, he's entitled to his opinion on the board. So just for everybody's knowledge, I did ask that question.
I talked to someone at Elmer's. I sent them, because I wanna understand the gravel ordinance, right? And he read it and got back with me and said, from his point of view, not even looking at pit operations, it's not worth it. That it's incredibly hard, would not monetarily be worth it to do. That Elmer's would opt to not have a pit in Banks Township. So then I asked him, and he would not confirm or deny, because I had heard a rumor that the reason, like, you're not getting phone calls back on Lakeshore Drive was because of this gravel ordinance, and he said he would not confirm or deny said rumor.
Maybe, I don't know, could be. But it seems kinda odd that right after they talked to Bert about that road, they stopped, so. You know,
True.
maybe it's the ordinance, I don't know. We addressed all their concerns, when we sent it back to the county commission, so. Anyway, is there any other action that we wanna take on that tonight? Do we wanna have the attorneys look it over? Send it to them?
I would like to know from an attorney if that Raisin Charter Township complies or not. I mean, that should seem to be a pretty simple answer, but attorneys like to lengthen things out.
Yeah. Well, they should be able to tell us pretty quick if that's one of the reasons we went with them, is because they have all this experience. It should be pretty common. All right, okay, I'll open it up to public comment once again. Chairs?
I just mentioned I'm on the Antrim Creek Natural Area, and you talk about your restrooms and the damage. We got folks out there now that put rocks down the porta potties, and guess what happens when you pump a porta potty with rocks in it? I don't know where this is gonna go, because You don't supply a restroom, then you know what happens.
Right.
You supply it, you can't get somebody to pump it anymore. We're at a point where I don't know what the answer is. And it's worse. We talked about it last year, and it looks like it's gonna be worse this year. We advertised to get more people to come and visit and enjoy the natural area, and they destroy it.
Public goods. Classic economics tale. Yes, ma'am.
I did have a public comment. I just wanted to say thank you to, sorry, I can hear myself, it's confusing. Thank you to everybody on the board for approving our library contracts through both libraries. That's awesome. I really appreciate that you guys care about that, and that matters to me. And I understand that it's not technically like a conflict of interest because he hasn't submitted an application yet. However, just from a random public person's perspective, the fact that he has discussed it in length doing it feels like you should proceed with caution being involved in that vote. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm just saying that it doesn't look so good.
Perceptions.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's technically, like you said, not a conflict of interest, but just from the perspective of a public member that has been at a lot of these meetings, well, not a lot, but since February, you know, that is definitely something that Mr. Rubin is attempting to look at and going to go forward with. It seems like it still is, in a way, a conflict of interest. Not officially, but just, it skirts around the edge of it, which, you know, anyways, that's all. I don't want to go on any longer.
Oh, fair enough, thank you.
That's all.
Appreciate that. Any other public comment tonight? All right, then, any board comment? All right, then with that, I will, it's adjourned. Have a great night.